John. Good morning, everyone. I note that the hour has come and that a quorum of the council is present. This city council session is officially called to order. Before proceeding, I will ask all those present to please set your cell phones to silent or vibrate, and please take all sidebar conversations out of the council chambers. To give our invocation this morning, the chair recognizes Pastor Marita Fields Powell of Congregation Koach Bethel. She is here today as the guest of Councilmember Kendra Brooks. I will ask all members and guests to please rise.
Good morning. Our Father and our God, we thank you for this opportunity to even be alive. We thank you for your grace, your mercy, your power, your love, your compassion, your peace, your joy that you bestowed on us. Now, God, we ask that you would bind all stress, bind all fear, bind all doubt, meet every budget, meet every need, open every heart. Father, we know that you are able to do exceedingly and abundantly above all we could ask, think, or even imagine. And so show us your mercy, show us your grace. Cover us, cover the city of Philadelphia. Cover each and every heart, every mind, like we know that you can do. You've been amazing at being God, and so we thank you for doing it again. Now, Father, with our hearts lifted to you and our minds open to you, we just want to thank you for your amazing grace. So we sing, Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. May God keep us with his grace, mercy, power, and care. Now let the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. The Lord is our shepherd, and we shall not want for anything. It is in Jesus' name that I pray. May we all say amen.
Amen. The chair thanks the pastor for the invocation. Council will be at ease. John. The next order of business is the approval of the journal of the meeting of Thursday, April the 24th. The chair recognizes Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the journal of the meeting of Thursday, April 24th, 2025 be approved.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the journal of the meeting of Thursday, April the 24th, 2025 stand approved. All those in favor will indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the journal is approved. The next order of business is request for leave of absence, and the chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the majority, there are no requests for leave of absence today.
The chair thanks the council member. The chair recognizes Minority Leader Councilmember Brooks.
And I have one privilege resolution. Wrong thing, I'm sorry. We have no request for leave of absence today.
Thank you. The chair thanks the council member. The chair now recognizes Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson for a motion concerning certain legislative matters that may arise during the course of today's session of council and that were not listed on the calendar circulated prior to today's council session.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that any of the following matters, if considered today, may be added to the agenda for this session of council and as required by law, subsequently published on an amended agenda after the consideration of those matters. Resolutions authorizing hearings, amendments to bills on first reading, the reconsideration of a bill vetoed by or recalled from the mayor, amendments to bills recalled from the mayor, resolutions taking substantive action to be voted on in this session, a motion to withdraw a bill or resolution that is not on the calendar, and a motion placing a bill or resolution on or returning a bill or resolution from the suspension calendar that is not listed on today's calendar. The purpose of this motion is to provide the public with notice concerning possible actions by council that arose too late to be included on the calendar that was published prior to today's session.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the legislative matters stated by Councilmember Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson may be added to the agenda for today should those matters arise during the course of this session of council. All those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair will dispense with the regular order of business to recognize the guests and visitors joining us in chambers this morning. On behalf of all members of City Council, I welcome you to our council session. We appreciate you taking your time to join us as we attend the legislative affairs of this great city. We certainly invite you to come again. On the balcony, on behalf of Councilmember and Minority Whip Nicholas O'Rourke, we have students from the Philly Bolt Program, an academic year fellowship partners directly with the schools to bring leadership development into the classroom. They train young leaders referred to as coaches. These 10th grade and above students receive comprehensive leadership training and then mentor their peers in civic classrooms, creating ripple effect of empowerment and skill building within their school communities. I'm going to acknowledge Councilman Nicholas O'Rourke to introduce his guests.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to the Philadelphians all. As has already been articulated, we are joined today, and I am thankful for all the students of Philly Bolt for joining us. It is truly inspiring, I should say, to see so many young people just dedicating themselves to leadership, to mentorship, and to community transformation, something I believe every city could use more of, and thanks to Philly Bolt, we have them in spades this morning. I also want to extend deep gratitude to the Philly Bolt staff for their vision, their care, and their tireless commitment that they bring to this work every day. Thank you for building power where it belongs, which is right here in our communities. Can they stand, and can we also give them a round of applause for joining with us today? These students, Mr. President, are a part of the what's called the Bolt Academic Year Fellowship Program, which trains Philly high school students to become coaches for their peers, promoting leadership. They're promoting civic engagement. And they're promoting skill building across schools. We got folks from West Philly High School, Academy at Palumbo, Alney High School, Sayre High School. So again, let's clap it up for them and for their leadership in helping us become a better city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Member O'Rourke. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Council President. First, I'd like to just acknowledge, and I'm sure you have this, but she's my state representative, and I'd like to acknowledge her presence here in the chambers. Representative Ronnie Green, we welcome you to our City Council chambers. We thank you for your work and for your advocacy, particularly in the union space. But today, Council President, I am so pleased that on behalf of my dear colleague, Councilmember Brian O'Neill, who represents the 10th Council District, and myself, we are welcoming Mrs. Marks, the Social Science and African American History teacher at Swenson Arts and Technology High School, along with 28 of her students. They have joined us here in Philadelphia City Council chambers to learn more about the operations of Philadelphia City Council and more about the work that we do each and every day. I had the opportunity to visit Swenson during our budget season, so I was there very early in the morning and had an opportunity to talk with a number of young people about our apprenticeship guidebook and about all the pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs available in the city. So let's please welcome Mrs. Marks and all the students from Swenson Arts and Technology High School.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Anthony Phillips.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to briefly recognize another organization that's doing great youth work in the city of Philadelphia. It is a citywide organization. They are known as Summer Search Philadelphia. Their executive director and their staff are here today. I would like to recognize them for the stand. If you all could stand. Summer Search Philadelphia. They do, and in 10 seconds, I just want to say they do incredible year-round mentorship support, college access, as well as summer experiences that provide social emotional learning for young people throughout the city of Philadelphia. I happened to be a fellow intern with them many years ago, and I'm so grateful that the organization is still making an impact here in the city of Philadelphia. So thank you for being a great engine of success for young people in the city of Philadelphia. Thank you, Summer Search Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have us joining us today, leader of the labor movement, whose shoulders we stand on when we're advocating on all things labor, former head of the AFL-CIO, Mr. Pat Eiding. Could you please stand, sir? And as mentioned by my majority leader, I want to also thank a young lady who's fighting in Harrisburg to raise the wage, $15 an hour to free the wage. State Representative Ronnie Green, thank you for joining us. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilmember Jamie Gaultier, who will present a resolution honoring and recognizing and congratulating the first class of the West Philadelphia Zoo Scholars, where Alexis Brown, Chief People Officer, and those accompanying her, please join Councilman Jamie Gaultier at the podium. Joining Councilmember Gaultier will be Councilmember Rue Landau, Councilmember Dr. Nina Ahmad, Majority Leader Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson, Minority Whip, Councilmember Nicholas Nick O'Rourke, Majority Deputy Whip, Councilmember Cindy Baz, Leader of the Kensington Caucus, Councilmember Ketsi Lozada, Councilmember Dr. Anthony Phillips, and Minority Leader Councilmember Kendra Brooks. I think I just saw a snake, though. I'll stand up here.
It's for beverages, it's nothing else.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start by welcoming our guests from the Philadelphia Zoo, especially the inaugural class of the West Philadelphia Zoo Scholars. Which includes students from Kip Du Bois Collegiate Academy, Belmont Charter High School, Saul, George Washington Carver, School of the Future, Masterman, and my alma mater, Central High School 255. We are also joined by a very special VIP, one of the animals that lives at the zoo, a prehensile-tailed skink named Beely. I know the snake that we brought last year made some members who shall not be singled out a little bit uneasy. So we opted for something with legs this time. The Philadelphia Zoo is actually the first to successfully breed a second generation of skinks, improving the genetic diversity of the species with the hope of returning and repopulating them in the wild. This is just one example of how, for the past century and a half, the Philadelphia Zoo has been making a difference around the world. They recently received international praise for hatching 4 critically endangered Western Santa Cruz Galapagos tortoises, which Philadelphians voted to name after the Golden Girls, Dorothy, Rose, Blanche, and Sophia, and I can't think of anything more appropriate. Even as they make big strides on the world stage, I commend the Philadelphia Zoo for never losing sight of its obligation to uplift the communities closest to home. Through programs like the West Philadelphia Zoo Scholars and many others, the neighborhoods around the zoo's perimeter have developed a fruitful and loving relationship with the institution. Yes, the Philadelphia Zoo provides connections to animals, conservation programs, and a deeper learning of our planet. But it is also an urban oasis, a magical escape and safe and green space where Philadelphians can connect with nature and each other. I commend the zoo's newest president, Dr. Joel Mogerman, for making sure the zoo does as much for our city as it does for the world. The Philadelphia Zoo is a zoo of first, so I would be remiss if I did not mention that Dr. Mogerman is its first Black and first woman leader. Let's give a hand for Dr. Mogerman. As someone who knows what it's like to be the first Black woman leader of a major nonprofit organization in this city, I know how important it is that we support her in carrying out the zoo's mission. 2026 is only months away. It is imperative that we set up our zoo for success. It is as much a part of Philadelphia's history as Independence Hall or the Liberty Bell. And programs like the West Philadelphia Zoo Scholars prove just how important the Philadelphia Zoo is for our future as well. So thank you to the Philadelphia Zoo for recognizing that an investment in our young people is always a good investment to make. And congratulations to the inaugural class of scholars on making a difference while setting yourself up for success as you move into adulthood. We are all so proud of you. Let's give them a round of applause. And with that, my colleagues will join me in reading the resolution.
Okay, so. Whereas Philadelphia Zoo, America's first zoo, is renowned for innovation in animal care and unwavering commitment to wildlife. A zoo of firsts, Philadelphia Zoo has been a leader since opening its historic gates on July 1st, 1874. Responsible for the first successful orangutan and chimpanzee births in the U.S., being the first zoo in the world to build an on-site animal care center, developing the first specialty formulated foods for zoo animals, and opening the first children's zoo in the U.S., Philadelphia Zoo has always been an industry leader, setting standards for animal care and guest experiences. And
whereas the West Philadelphia Zoo Scholars Program is a groundbreaking initiative by the Philadelphia Zoo in partnership with local schools and community stakeholders, designed to cultivate the next generation of conservation leaders by providing high school students from West Philadelphia with immersive hands-on experiences in zoological sciences, veterinary medicine, environmental education, and wildlife conservation, and my 2 daughters went to the camp. So, and
whereas the program offers a unique opportunity for students to engage in professional development, mentorship, and experiential learning at the nation's first zoo, building skills in public speaking, scientific inquiry, and community engagement. And
whereas the inaugural cohort of Zoo Scholars has demonstrated resilience, intellectual curiosity, and an unwavering commitment to protecting wildlife and the natural world, while also serving as ambassadors for conservation within their schools and neighborhoods. And
whereas these students have participated in a rigorous multi-year program that included field research, animal care, environmental justice projects, and leadership training, all while balancing the demands of high school and other extracurricular responsibilities. And
whereas the Philadelphia Zoo's investment in these students reflects the broader commitment to equity and conservation education and demonstrates the transformative power of civic institutions partnering with local communities to expand opportunities and inspire future leaders. And
whereas the graduation of the first cohort of West Philadelphia Zoo Scholars marks a significant milestone in the zoo's legacy and a proud achievement for the city of Philadelphia, showcasing the brilliance, talent, and promise of our city's youth. Now, therefore, be it
resolved, the Council of the City of Philadelphia hereby honors and congratulates the first graduating class of the West Philadelphia School Scholars Program for their outstanding accomplishment, leadership, and dedication to the values of conservation, community, and lifelong learning.
I would now like to invite up Alexis Brown, Chief People Officer at the zoo, to say a few words.
Thank you, and hello. I would like to first say good morning to Council President Johnson, Council Members Gautier and Jones, and members of City Council. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Mogelman. She gave me the honor to be here with our special visitor, which you will see in a few minutes. But this is a special day. Right? This is a grand day, another first for the Philadelphia Zoo in partnership with City Council, that we're here to recognize the first scholars graduating time period at the zoo. So we have many talented students and have worked with a lot of youth over our rich history. But the zoo recognizes and really, really leans in to support our youth in STEM. Yes, we have some special guests, at least one.
Here we go.
And recognize that we are really instrumental with your support to provide the services that are needed to these youth. So what is the Zoo Scholar Program? And what do the School Scholars do? I know it's hard to concentrate, right? I know, I understand, no problem. So what we do is we give local high school students who live in Philadelphia, in West Philadelphia, or attend West Philadelphia High, and to connect with science, conservation, and career pathways that they may not otherwise have access to. It's not a one-time opportunity. We work with sophomores, juniors, and seniors. And then as they matriculate into college, we also have internship opportunities. So they get hands-on, really intense mentorship from the staff, and they have the opportunity to work and engage with the public, which we know is such an important skill. I'm the Chief People Officer at the zoo, and I can tell you, when you learn those professional skills, they carry you through life. I wanted to bring just a short testimonial. My daughter also participated in a similar program many years ago when I was a much younger mom. We won't get into those age, but, right? And she participated in a program. Can I tell you, it was transformational. She went from being a shy individual to learning how to engage with the public even when it was uncomfortable. To witness these young people and what they're doing on a daily basis at the zoo. They wear a zoo uniform. They're part of our community. They engage and they teach the public. They engage with some of the activities to help with their own education and learning as they are really figuring out, what career do I want to go into? What do I want to do with my life? And we help them through mentorship with staff support in order to figure that out for themselves. They are introduced to careers that they may not have even thought of. So I wanted to just make that point. Why is it unique? And you've heard from Councilmember Gauthier why it is unique, but I just wanted to emphasize that they're not volunteers, right? They're not paid, but they are trained and they're mentored and they are mentored as part of the zoo team, and they learn how to engage and be seen, and also in how they treat and work with the public. I'm sure you understand, there are challenges that come with working with some of our wonderful citizens, right? Sometimes people come and they're not always the most pleasant to deal with. So learning how to do that and deal with that is really important.
I know that's right.
What's making it successful? It's a design to close a gap. So we're taking students from Philadelphia, from West Philadelphia in particular, and exposing them to some incredible opportunities at the zoo that they can carry on hopefully coming back to the zoo or back to Philadelphia as a very productive young adult. So what do we hope for the future? We hope that wherever they go, that the experience they get there at the zoo, that they are better equipped to transition into this greater world and be productive citizens. We're proud of each and every one of them. I know personally it's interesting to see them engage and not on their phones, engaging eye to eye and person to person when they are there at the zoo every time that they come. I would like to thank our partners. I want to thank the schools, the parents, the kids that are part of this program in particular. We want to thank all the staff at the zoo who are here today. I always have the pleasure of representing my special friend that Gianna is holding right here. That's one of my friends. I have a lot of friends at the zoo. And want to just thank all the mentors there and staff who were at the zoo. And we are particularly grateful to City Council for your support in programs like this. Thank you for believing in what we do, and that young people from West Philadelphia shouldn't have to leave their neighborhoods to access world-class opportunities. They should be able to find these things right there at their home, and thanks to programs like that, they're able to do that. So thank you.
Council will be at ease. The next order of business is communications. The chair requests that the Sergeant at Arms deliver the messages from the mayor to the chief clerk. Will the chief clerk please read the messages from the mayor and any other communications in her possession?
To the President and members of the Council of the City of Philadelphia, pursuant to Sections 4-604 and 2-307 of the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter, I am today transmitting to the Council the recommendation of the City Planning Commission on the following bills. Bill number 250204 and Bill number 250205. And I am transmitting for your consideration a resolution confirming the appointment of Ryan McAdams to serve on the Zoning Board of Adjustment, and an ordinance amending Chapter 9-2500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Fire Suppression System Workers to change the certification requirements for commercial kitchen fire suppression system workers and making related technical changes under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance amending Section 2-112 of the Philadelphia Code entitled City Commissioners by removing the powers and duties of the Departments of Licenses and Inspections over matters relating to weights and measures, amending Title IX entitled Regulations of Businesses, Trades, and Professions by removing provisions relating to amusement devices and weights and measures and making related technical changes, and amending Title 19 entitled Finance, Taxes, and Collections by eliminating provisions related to amusement licenses and weights and measures registration, all under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a lease agreement for the use of all or a portion of the city-owned underground area, commonly known as Broad Street Sub-Concourse North, that neighbors the basement of the Municipal Services Building located at 1401 JF Kennedy Boulevard, under which the operator will maintain and operate the space to provide services to the community and unhoused persons under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a lease agreement with the Holmesburg Fish and Game Protective Association for use of all or a portion of the city property bounded by the Pennypack Creek, the Delaware River, Pennypack Street, and State Road in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to convey fee simple title or a lesser real estate interest in and to all or a portion of the city property in Cobbs Creek Park, bordering City Avenue in Delaware County, and in Cobbs Creek Golf Course, bordering City Avenue in Philadelphia County, all under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to acquire fee simple title or a lesser real estate interest in and to all or a portion of the property known as 1822 through 1830 West Cayuga Street, all under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to acquire fee simple title or a lesser real estate interest in and to all or a portion of the city property bounded by Cobbs Creek, 75th Street Extended, Buist Avenue, 78th Street, and owned by the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority, the Philadelphia Land Bank, or the Philadelphia Housing and Development Corporation, all under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into an amendment to a lease agreement with the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority for use by the city of a portion of the premises located at 1234 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19107, under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the city to enter into a sublease agreement with the Philadelphia Municipal Authority for use by the city of certain premises located at 1601 through 29 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into an amendment to a lease agreement with 2401 Walnut LP for the use by the city of all or a portion of the premises located at 2401 Walnut Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the city to enter into a lease agreement with the New Market and Head House Conservancy for use of all or a portion of the city-owned premises, commonly known as the Head House and Shambles in Head House Square, located along 2nd Street between Pine and Lombard Streets in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, for the public benefit under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance amending Section 14-529 of the Philadelphia Code entitled 5th District Overlay District by removing exceptions for minimum residential lot areas and floor area height and dwelling unit density bonus eligibility, all under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance amending 14-802 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Motor Vehicle Parking Ratios by removing residential parking ratio minimums for the CMX-4 and CMX-5 zoning districts, all under certain terms and conditions, and an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Zoning and Planning for the creation of a new zoning district entitled RTA-2, Residential 2-Family Attached, all under certain terms and conditions. And an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Zoning and Planning by revising and clarifying certain provisions and making technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions. And an ordinance amending 16-705 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Acquisition by clarifying the procedure for transfer of property to the Philadelphia Land Bank under certain terms and conditions. Council President, there are no further communications in my possession.
Thank you. The messages will be printed in the journal. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jim Harity.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to take a moment to congratulate my two communication interns, Kara and Nate, for finishing their internship in my office. I also wanted to congratulate Kara and Nate for their imminent graduation from Temple University and wish them the best of luck in their future endeavors. They were great for me, helped me out a lot, helped my office get it organized when it comes to the communications. And then my legislative aide, Celia Egan, is also graduating from Temple, and I wanted to congratulate her for her dedication to our office and her academic achievement. Thank you, Council President. Kara, Nate,
can they stand? The chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Nina Ahmad.
Thank you, Council President. Taking just a moment to acknowledge that today is the first day of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and in that regard, I have two resolutions and some people I want to acknowledge. Tu Pham, and if those who are here would please stand up. Tu Pham, Kai Kao, Rick Kao, Blessed Matthew, Neri Kith, Saran Kith, Jones, Feng Seng, Danny Ross, Benjamin Albano, Phila Lorne, and Naren Chin. And they're here because we are celebrating their contributions to Philadelphia. And we also have with us Kosuko and Tomami Kujo from Japan, who are promoting Philadelphia food, particularly cheesesteaks, in Japan, and they're here to learn about it. So please, would you stand up and give them a round of applause?
Make sure we got a... Make sure you show them we got vegan cheesesteaks too.
Oh yeah, he's vegan.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jamie Gautier.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge some guests I have today from the School District of Philadelphia Head Start Policy Council. They're here to observe their government in action, and they're being led by Dwayne Drummond, who works for the school district and who's also the leader of the 24th Ward in West Philadelphia. Can we get them to stand up and give them a warm welcome? They're somewhere in here. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. The next order of business. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Briefly, in continuation of Education Acknowledgement Day, we have students from Overbrook High School, along with their principal, Graham, who have joined us to see Democracy in Action. Would you please stand? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Member Jones. The next order of business is the introduction of bills and resolutions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from the Northwest, Councilmember Dr. Anthony Phillips.
Yeah, so before I've been, my workout plan, I used to check out that Japanese cheesesteak video, so hopefully I can get one today as a cheat. Today, so we'll be talking. Good morning, Council President, Council members. Today, I will be introducing two privilege resolutions and one non-privilege resolution.
Thank you very much. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the privileged and non-privileged resolutions?
A privileged resolution honoring and celebrating Summer Search Philadelphia for their dedication to empowering Philadelphia's youth through mentorship, education, and career exploration.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution honoring and celebrating Felice Philadelphia for its dedication to empowering youth through recreation, education, and community development.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a non-privileged resolution authorizing the development and implementation of a real-time safety awareness signage initiative to publicly display crash data in alignment with the city's Vision Zero goals and to promote street safety awareness and behavioral change.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for consideration at the next session of council. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Today I offer two privilege resolutions, one of which is on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Would the chief clerk please read the title of the privileged resolutions?
A privileged resolution congratulating the School District of Philadelphia, the developer of the Bellwether District HRP Group, Arco Design Build, Clayco Corporation, and the General Building Contractors Association for their collaboration to fund driver education courses for the school district career and technical education students.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar, and thank you, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, for your leadership on this initiative.
And a privileged resolution recognizing April 29th through May 2nd, 2025 as National Apprenticeship Week in the city of Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the 3rd Councilmanic District, Councilman Jamie Gautier.
Thank you, Council President. Today I have two non-privileged resolutions for introduction.
Thank you very much. Would the chief clerk please read the title of the non-privileged resolutions?
A non-privileged resolution declaring May 13th, 2025, the 40th anniversary of the MOVE bombing and as a day of reflection and remembrance in the city of Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for consideration at our next session of council.
And a non-privileged resolution authorizing the renaming of the 600 block of Palace Street in West Philadelphia to Crawley Way in honor of Miss Carrie Shelton Crawley for her lifelong dedication to community service and leadership.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for consideration at the next session of council. As there are no introductions on behalf of Councilmember Thomas, the chair recognizes the gentleman from the 4th Councilmanic District, Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I offer two bills, two privileged and one non-privileged resolution.
Thank you very much. Would the chief clerk please read the title of the bills and resolutions?
An ordinance authorizing the revision of lines and grades on a portion of City Plan Number 230 by striking from the city plan and vacating the legally open portion of Crescent Street from Ridge Avenue to Osborne Street under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to convey fee simple title or a lesser real estate interest in and to all or a portion of the property in Cobbs Creek Park bordering City Avenue in Delaware County and in Cobbs Creek Golf Course bordering City Avenue in Philadelphia County, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a privileged resolution honoring and commending the Philadelphia City Council team participating in the 2025 Broad Street Run on May 4th, 2025.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. Good job, Councilmember Jones.
Introduced by Member Young. Two of the resolutions, sorry.
I'm assuming Member Young is also participating, correct?
Sorry.
Resume.
And a privileged resolution honoring and recognizing Wills Eye Institute in Philadelphia for their work in supporting victims of violence and championing the courage of Iranian women who were shot during protests in their home country through the Eyes on Humanity Fund.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a non-privileged resolution renaming the 5300 block of Girard Avenue to Barristers Way in honor of the Barristers Association of Philadelphia Incorporated.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for consideration at the next session of council. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson on behalf of Councilmember Rue Landau.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. On behalf of Councilmember Landau, today Councilmember Landau offers three privilege resolutions.
Thank you. Would the chief clerk please read the title of the privileged resolutions?
A privileged resolution declaring May 2025 as Affordable Housing Month in the City of Philadelphia and recognizing the need for stable, safe, accessible, and affordable housing for all residents.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution honoring, recognizing, and congratulating the Reinvestment Fund, a mission-driven community development financial institution committed to making communities work for all people on the occasion of its 40th anniversary.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution recognizing May 5th through the 10th, 2025 as Philly Tech Week in the City of Philadelphia and celebrating the vibrant and thriving tech ecosystem in Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes council member and leader of the Kensington Caucus, Councilmember Ketty Lozada.
Thank you, Council President. Today I offer 3 bills.
Thank you very much. Would the chief clerk please read the title of the bills?
An ordinance establishing parking regulations in the vicinity of Anchor Street between Horrock Street and Large Street, Kennedy Street between Penn Street and Saul Street, Salem Street between Tarsdale Avenue and Walmart Street, Franklin Street between Cayuga Street and Winghahawking Street, North 8th Street between Winghahawking Street and Cayuga Street, North 7th Street between Butler Street and Pike Street, Bristol Street between Marshall Street and North 7th Street, Bristol Street between North 6th Street and Marshall Street, Masher Street between Montgomery Avenue and Cecil B. Moore Avenue.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 2407, 2409, 2411, 2413, 2415, 2439, 2441, 2443, 2445, and 2447 North 6th Street, located in the 7th Councilmatic District in accordance with the terms of Chapter 16-700 of the Philadelphia Code.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 166 West Cumberland Street and 2537 Mutter Street, located in the 7th Councilmatic District in accordance with the terms of Chapter 16-700 of the Philadelphia Code.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from the 5th Councilmatic District, Councilmember Jeffrey J. Young.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Today I offer 5 bills and 2 privileged resolutions.
Thank you very much. Would the chief clerk please read the title of the privileged resolutions?
An ordinance authorizing the striking from the city plan number 123, an abandonment of a certain right-of-way reserved for water main purposes located north of Montgomery Avenue and extending from Broad Street to 15th Street under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be placed on the final passage calendar. That was a bill, I'm sorry. This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by Roy Street, 11th Street, Allegheny Avenue, and Germantown Avenue.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance amending Section 14-529 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled 5th District Overlay District, by removing exceptions for minimum residential lot area and floor area height and dwelling unit density bonus eligibility, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a sublease agreement with the Philadelphia Municipal Authority for use by the city of premises located at 1601 through 29 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a lease agreement for the use of all or a portion of the city-owned underground area commonly known as Broad Street Subconcourse North that neighbors the basement of the Municipal Services Building located at 1401 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, under which the operator will maintain and operate the space to provide services to the community and unhoused persons under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a privileged resolution authorizing the Council Committee on Commerce and Economic Development to hold hearings to investigate the administration's progress on the establishment of the Philadelphia Public Financial Authority.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution recognizing and designating May 1st, 2025 as International Workers' Day to honor and celebrate the manifold achievements of workers and the historical and continuing struggle of labor movements for justice and fair working conditions.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes Councilmember Minority Leader Kendra Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. I have one privilege resolution to introduce today.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the privilege resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing May 2025 as Hepatitis Awareness Month in Philadelphia in support of the joint efforts of Hep B United Philadelphia and Hep C Allies of Philadelphia, aimed at promoting testing for all Philadelphians and raising the profile of viral hepatitis and its connection to liver cancer as urgent health priorities.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes the gentleman from the Northeast Philadelphia, Councilmember, my good friend Jim Harity.
Thank you, Council President. I have no bills or resolutions today.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Minority Deputy Whip, Minority Whip, Councilmember Nicholas O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one privilege resolution to introduce today.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the privilege resolution?
A privileged resolution honoring the students of Philly Bolt Academic Year Fellowship Program for their dedication to community-led change and leadership development.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes Chairman of Transportation and Public Utilities, Councilmember Mike Driscoll.
Good morning, Mr. President. I offer one bill and one privilege resolution today.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the bill and the resolution?
An ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a lease agreement with the Holmesburg Fish and Game Protective Association, Incorporated, for use of all or a portion of the city property bounded by the Pennypack Creek, the Delaware River, Pennypack Street, and State Road in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a privileged resolution recognizing the month of May 2025 as Building Safety Month in the City of Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Northeast Philadelphia, my good friend Councilmember Brian O'Neill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I have no bills or resolutions.
Thank you very much, sir. The chair recognizes Chairman of Appropriations from South Philly, Councilmember Mark Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer 6 bills, 2 non-privileged resolutions, 1 on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the bills and resolution?
An ordinance amending Chapter 14-600 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Use Regulations and Chapter 14-700 entitled Development Standards to establish use requirements for above-ground garages owned by a public entity and new development standards applicable to certain areas of land located within an area bounded by 10th Street, Chestnut Street, 11th Street, and Ludlow Street, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the revision of lines and grades on a portion of City Plan Number 307 by relocating certain portions of curb lines of Ludlow Street from 10th Street to 11th Street under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by Emily Street, 4th Street, Mercy Street, and 5th Street.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance amending Title 12 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Traffic Code to prohibit the stopping, standing, or parking of a motor vehicle on a public street or is otherwise prohibited for purposes of short dumping and authorization of enforcement through a camera-based enforcement system and designating penalties and impoundment all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into an amendment to a lease agreement with the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority for use by the city of a portion of the premises located at 1234 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19107, under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a lease agreement with the New Market and Head House Conservancy for use of all or a portion of the city-owned premises, commonly known as the Head House and Shambles in Head House Square, located along 2nd Street between Pine and Lombard Streets in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, for the public benefit under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a non-privileged resolution also naming Broad Street between Pine and Lombard Street as Teddy Pendergrass Way to honor the life and legacy of South Philadelphia legendary entertainer Teddy Pendergrass.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for consideration at the next session of council.
And a non-privileged resolution celebrating It says privileged. This is privileged. A privileged resolution celebrating Chubby Checker, legendary singer, dancer, and South Philadelphia native, on the occasion of his induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes Majority Deputy Whip, Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to introduce one privileged resolution today and also acknowledge that the person that we are recognizing, Elaine Lindy, is here along with Alan Lindy, and I wanted her to stand just for a quick second. I know she was in the room somewhere. She left. Oh.
There's Alan right there.
There's Alan Lindy. All right, so we got Alan. But they have done a fantastic job with the Fiesta schoolyards, transforming 37 schoolyards to date and 3 public parks affecting 14,000 students. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the privileged resolution.
A privileged resolution recognizing Fiesta schoolyards and their vision for continuing to enhance the learning and play environments for future generations of Philadelphia school-aged children.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Nina Mai.
Thank you, Council President. I have 2 privileged resolutions today.
Thank you very much. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the privileged resolutions?
A privileged resolution recognizing Kosuke and Tomomi Kuju of the Neobashi Philly for their extraordinary efforts to represent and preserve Philadelphia's culinary identity on the world stage.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution proclaiming May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. Next order of business is the reports from committees. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson for a report from the Committee on Law and Government.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. After one of the longest law and government hearings in recent memory and additional negotiation before going back into the public meeting, the Committee on Law and Government is elated to report out one bill with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the report, the Power Act?
The Committee on Law and Government, to which was referred the following bill. Bill number 250065, an ordinance amending Title IX of the Philadelphia Code entitled Regulation of Businesses, Trades, and Professions by revising Chapter 9-4100 entitled Promoting Healthy Families and Workplaces, Chapter 9-4300 entitled Wage Theft Complaints, and Chapter 9-4500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Protections for Domestic Workers, and by adding new chapters entitled Protecting Victims of Retaliation and Enforcement of Worker Protection Ordinances to add and revise definitions, remove provisions related to wage theft coordinator, and add amendments and remedies related to written contracts, meal times and breaks, leave time, contract termination, and other protections for domestic workers, established for claims of retaliation under the above referenced chapters and Chapter 9-4700 of the Philadelphia Code, wrongful discharge from parking employment, the elements of proof and procedures, remedies, and penalties for enforcement, authorize the creation of a worker justice fund for victims of retaliation, add requirements for employer record keeping and provision of notice of employee rights under above referenced chapters and Chapter 9-4700, revise and clarify procedures, remedies, and penalties associated with administrative and civil enforcement under above referenced chapters and Chapter 9-4700, provide for annual reporting to council on enforcement of the city's worker protection laws, including informing regarding non-compliant employers, authorize revocation of city licenses and contracts awarded to employers found in violation of the city's worker protection laws, authorize visa and deferred action certification on behalf of immigrant workers, and make related technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions, respectfully reports it has considered and amended the same, and returns the attached bill to council with a favorable recommendation. There are no further bills to report out from the Committee on Law and Government, Council President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Kathleen Gilmore Richardson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended as to permit first reading this day of the bill just read into the record by the Chief Clerk.
It has a moving property seconded that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit the consideration of the bill just read by the chief clerk at today's session of council. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. The bill will be placed on our first reading calendar for today. The chair recognizes Councilmember Ketty Lozada for a report from the Committee on Public Property and Public Works.
Thank you, Council President. The Committee of Public Property and Public Works reports out 6 bills with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the report?
The Committee on Public Property and Public Works, to which were referred the following bills. Bill number 240581, an ordinance formally renaming the Overbrook Park Branch Library located at 7422 Haverford Avenue, Philadelphia, PA 19151 as the Robert A. Brady Library to honor the dedication and service of former United States Congressman and Chair of the Philadelphia Democratic Party, the Honorable Robert A. Brady. Bill number 240750, an ordinance renaming and designating the property commonly referred to as the Waterview Recreation Center, located at 5826 McMahon Street, as the Donna Reed Miller Recreation Center in the city of Philadelphia. Bill number 250067, an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the city to acquire from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania a perpetual right and easement on, over and across a certain tract of land at the intersection of Southampton Road and Roosevelt Boulevard for roadway and related improvements under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 250068, an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property and the Streets Commissioner on behalf of the city to own and maintain a bridge to be constructed by the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation to carry Byberry Road over certain railroad tracks between Evans Street and Worthington Road, and placing said bridge carrying Byberry Road on the city plan pursuant to the terms of an agreement between the city and PennDOT, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 250149, an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the city to acquire fee title or lesser real estate interests, including a leasehold estate, for all or a portion of the premises bounded by State Road, the Pennypack Creek, the Delaware River, and former Hartel Avenue, to enter into a lease or sublease agreement with the Philadelphia Authority for Industrial Development at said premises for the development of a facility, to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with PAID for the development of the facility, and to take title to be completed and to take title to the completed facility from PAID, all under certain terms and conditions. And Bill number 250323, an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a sublease agreement with the Philadelphia Authority for Industrial Development for use by the city of the premises located at 4101 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, all under certain terms and conditions. Respectfully reports it has considered the same and the attached bills to council with a favorable recommendation. There are no further bills to report out from the Committee on Public Property and Public Works, Council President.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Councilmember Lozada for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading this day of the bills just read into the record by the chief clerk.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit the consideration of these bills just read by the chief clerk at today's session of council. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. These bills will be placed on our first reading calendar for today. The chair recognizes Councilman Mike Driscoll, Chairman of Transportation, Public Utilities, and License and Inspections.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Licenses and Inspections reports out 2 bills with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk please read the report?
The Committee on Licenses and Inspections, to which were referred the following bills. Bill number 250123, an ordinance amending section 6-503 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Licenses and Permits to provide for the suspension of licenses for businesses not in compliance with applicable state regulations and or whose physical layout significantly differs from the original approved floor plan, all under certain terms and conditions. And Bill number 250151, an ordinance amending Title IX of the Philadelphia Code entitled Regulation of Businesses, Trades, and Professions by revising Chapter 9-4400 entitled Responsible Business Operations to add the sale of tobacco in violation of 18 PA CS Section 6305 to the list of nuisance behaviors under certain terms and conditions. Respectfully reports it has considered and amended the same and returns the attached bills to council with a favorable recommendation. There are no further bills to report out from the Committee on Licenses and Inspection, Council President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilman Mike Driscoll for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading this day of the bills just read into the record by the chief clerk.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit the consideration of these bills just read by the chief clerk at today's session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries, and these bills will be placed on our first reading calendar for today. The next order of business is the consideration of the calendar. I note that the bills just read and reported from committee with the suspension of the rules have been deemed to have had a first reading. These bills will be placed on the second reading and final passage calendar for the next session of council. As there are no additional bills on the first reading calendar, the chair recognizes Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson for a motion concerning the resolutions on the final passage calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended as to permit the use of a consent agenda to consider the following resolutions on the final passage calendar today. Numbers 250385, 250392, 250393, 250396, 250401, 250402, and 250408. The following resolution on the calendar is being held, 250303.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the rules of council be suspended to permit the use of a consent agenda to consider the resolutions just read by the council member Gilmore Richardson. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries, and we will consider the resolution consent agenda shortly. The chair again recognizes Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson for a motion concerning the bills on the second reading and final passage calendars.
Thank you, Mr. President. The following bills are being called up from the second reading and final passage calendars today. Numbers 250207, 250242, 250243, 250244, 250204, 250205, and 250206. The following bills on the calendar are being held: 250266 and 250267. 240665-A is being amended.
Thank you. Before considering these bills and resolutions, we will consider public comment as follows. Your public comment must concern matters on the second reading and final passage calendars for possible action at today's council session. Under ideal circumstances, public comments would have 3 minutes to speak. However, this time limit may vary from session to session. Today, the time limit will be 1 minute. To our extremely repetitious public comment list, in order to be fair to all those wishing to speak, I intend to hold faithfully to the 1 minute limit. When you begin speaking, you will see green light on the podium when there are 30 seconds remaining to your time. The light will turn yellow, which is your reminder to conclude your remarks. Once 1 minute has passed, the light will turn red, and the Sergeant at Arms will disconnect the microphone. At that point, please yield the podium to the next speaker if you have not done so already. I also reserve the right, pursuant to our rules of City Council, to limit repetitious comments on the same subject matter. I will now ask the Chief Clerk to please read the name of our first speaker.
Representative Ronnie Green. May Amala Anthony, Micaiah Billard, Faustine Gultum, Greta Rogan, Jaden Thompson, and Ramir Thompson also make their way to the podium.
Thank you, Representative. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Council President Johnson and all City Council members for this opportunity to testify with regard to raising the wage in Pennsylvania to a sustainable living wage. I would also like to recognize my very own council members, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, Curtis Jones, Cindy Bass, Jeffrey Young, Isaiah Thomas, Kendra Brooks, and Jamie Gauthier. Thank you so much. Your leadership in the 190th Legislative District is impeccable. And working together, state and city, we can absolutely exemplify what we can accomplish. Thank you all who attended their rally on Tuesday right outside this building. Your continued service and willingness to end this injustice, raising the minimum wage, is exactly what we need, moving the needle towards correcting a systemic injustice for decades. I am State Representative Ronnie Green, a champion and advocate for raising the wage in the House of Representatives in Pennsylvania. A reporter asked me on Tuesday, why am I so passionate about this issue? It's because I remember. I remember when. I too was a single mom, living not paycheck to paycheck because the money ran out before my next paycheck came. I remember not being eligible for SNAP benefits or child care benefits because I made too much money, but I couldn't make ends meet. I remember making choices about which kid I could take to the doctor and when, because I didn't have the copay. I remember picture day and class trips for my children and not being able to participate or send them on trips. I could have coined the phrase robbing Peter to pay Paul because I truly mastered it. For those who are too young to remember Peter or Paul, consider yourself blessed. We can talk about it later. What I quickly knew was that I needed another job, forcing me away from my children, my siblings, and nieces and nephews that I raised. Losing both parents by 17, I knew God would take care of us, and he did just that. I worked 2 jobs most of my adult life while working for the Department of Public Welfare over 20 years, determining eligibility for cash, medical, and food stamps, the very benefits that I needed for myself. I didn't say all of that to the reporter, but surely I was thinking of it. In speaking with my constituents, working families in Pennsylvania, family members and friends, I hear the same stories right now, and I say, why? Why 20, 30, 40 years later, people are still struggling, living through the same challenges, same systemic social economic conditions. We are in and remain in a crisis. We must raise the damn wage. As a 37-year member of SEIU, AFL-CIO, we work endlessly to increase wages for working families in Pennsylvania. All hail to the labor movement for fighting and remaining to fight the good fight. We know that raising wages would impact over 2 million low-wage workers. We know that raising the wage in Pennsylvania would generate over $100 million in revenue. We know that wages have not been raised in over 15 years, with the exception of a dime in 2012. We know when the campaign Fight for 15 started back in 2010 to increase fast food worker salaries to $15, people thought the unions were insane. Not only were the salaries increased, California just raised their fast food workers to $20 an hour. We know that a living wage should be $18, $20, $24 and higher. We know at $7.25 you need to work 2 hours to buy a dozen of eggs. We know that every state, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Ohio, West Virginia, and Maryland, all have a higher wage that borders Pennsylvania, and they have a lesser population. Each of these states found a way to take care of their labor force by creating a pathway to a living wage. We also know that 32 other states in this country in 2025 passed legislation to raise their wage to a living wage, and guess who was not on the list? You're right, Pennsylvania. We know that small businesses and nonprofit organizations will not fold, will not go under, because other states have small businesses and nonprofits. If Pennsylvania doesn't know how to do it, they should visit other states and learn. We also know that legislators get a raise every year. We work hard. But we don't work any harder than those who have a job, go to work every day, trying to take care of their families and being forced to work 2 and 3 jobs. All work has dignity. They deserve a raise as well. One job must be enough. We know my first bill introduced in 2020 was a bill for a $15 increase and nothing was done. We know when I returned in 22, a bill for $18 was introduced, hoping the higher wage would be used as a bargaining chip to get to 15. The House passed the bill increasing the minimum wage to $15 by 2026, and the majority Republican Senate refused to pass it. While the Dems were rejoicing over a Republican-led bill, they forgot that it had to be passed out of both chambers in order to deliver for the people. Now, here we go again. I have introduced House Bill 1150 for $15 for the 3rd time. And guess what? We all must do something. No more games, no more excuses in Harrisburg. We must raise the damn wage. I have to close. So, he's telling me to continue. This is a call for action. We are demanding action. A $15 living wage with a cost of living adjustment will prevent us from revisiting this again. Or we must lift the preemption and allow Philadelphia and the other 66 municipalities to negotiate their own wage. Free local wage. I support the resolution introduced by Council President Johnson to lift the preemption and to free legal wages. We know that workers cannot be told that the minimum wage will not be increased to a living wage and you can't go get it yourself. We are working hard and we need your help to make it happen. Let's be clear. There are politicians, yes, here in Pennsylvania, that do not want this to happen. They are blocking every step of this process, basically telling workers to go to hell. Well, our response must be simple. Raise the damn wage. Here's the action. Here's the action. Don't show up.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. I want to take a moment to wild out the extreme latitude for the representative because this is an issue that we have been advocating for, and she's leading the charge in Harrisburg, working in partnership with our Governor, Josh Shapiro. So Representative Ronnie Green, can we give her a round of applause? We thank you, we appreciate you. The chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau.
Thank you, Council President. I need to leave for an unexpected leave of absence. I just wanted to remind everybody that we have a briefing this afternoon. Tech Week is next week. A briefing from One Philadelphia, the Tech Collaborative. I hope you can all join us, and thank you so much.
Would you like to be voted aye on all bills and resolutions?
Yes.
And thank you. Leave is granted. Will Chief Clerk please call the next person to testify?
We have Amala Anthony, then Micaiah Billard, Faustine Galtum, Greta Rogan, Jaden Thompson, and Ramir Thompson. May Sam Pfeiffer, Aileen Callahan, and Representative Philip Gebleter also make their way to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Micaiah Billard, and I'm a 10th grade student and a Philly Boat Fellow at William L. Serra High School. As a fellow, my peers created a theory of change, which is to make school better for current and future scholars. Recently, we've completed our goal, which involved restrooms in Serra High School not having hygiene products and students' lack of awareness regarding the unsanitary bathroom spaces. We've taught them it's best to take action on change you want to see. The issue we come to you with today are lunches. From being in Philadelphia most of my life, the lunches have been important to me. A healthy meal provides the nutrients and support for enhanced learning. There are students who don't have decent homes to go to or won't always have warm food on a plate. Some students rely on school lunches. My experience with school lunches has not been the best. The lunches are always cold and sometimes raw. For example, we were provided the same pizza and some butter cheese sticks. Just like many others, I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't eat it, nor would I trust it. A resolution we should like for you is to raise funding for USDA food and nutrition services for more health and optional food choices. This will dramatically increase healthier options for students. Students will fill their stomachs and minds with food and knowledge throughout the day. Students, teachers, parents, and our community will win. It's in our hands to make it known, but yours to make it happen. So what we are asking from you is to work with the school board, use your voice, and funding you appropriate to SDP to advocate for better school lunches for younger people across the city of Philadelphia, young people like me and all my friends here from Philly Bolt. I urge you to consider your testimony today. Thank you, Councilman O'Rourke, for hosting us and the entire body. Have a good day.
Good morning. My name is Faustine, and I am a Philly Bolt Fellow from the Academy at Palumbo. I am here to speak on the many low-income residents, renters, and homeowners of Philadelphia who are being left behind. I followed the Sixers' proposal closely, and I was disappointed in the many council members choosing displacement over preservation. As someone who rallied, sat through hearings with my peers, directly wrote to council president regarding my concerns and never got a response, witnessing the lengths Chinatown community faced just to protect their culture and homes from billionaire developers truly opened my eyes to the deeper issues in this city. It showed me how easily this body can overlook the voices of residents and how much effort it takes for Philadelphians to be heard. It is necessary for the people of Philadelphia to know that their council members support the stability of their homes over profit. When will this body learn from their mistakes? This is why I refuse to stay silent about the home initiative plan that claims to tackle the housing crisis. While I stand for affordable housing, this does not center the people who need help the most. Do not leave out low-income residents living in unsafe conditions, struggling just to make ends meet, just to avoid pitting the have-nots against those who have just a little. Ignoring the people with the greatest need for balance is not equality, but solely neglect. The mayor now wants to raise the income limit for the Basic Systems Repair Program. These are neighbors who have been promised help, and this continues to push them out again. These neighbors deserve to have access to these resources, just like anyone else. They have dignity. There are 7,000 people currently on the wait list for this program, and raising the income level would just raise this higher. We are calling on the City Council to invest in housing, specifically the Safe Healthy Homes Act, which I fully support, because this is what demonstrates real equity. Although I've been disappointed in this governing body before, I'm here because I still believe that you all can consider my public testimony and make better governing decisions on behalf of all Philadelphians. I urge you to prioritize affordable housing over corporate development, people over profit. Thank you, council members and council president, for your time.
My name is Greta. I am a Philly Bolt Fellow, and I am a senior attending the Academy at Palumbo. On Thursday of last week, my classmate and I attended the School District of Philadelphia's general meeting to testify our concerns on the funding of our school and other public schools in the district. We raised concerns on bathroom and facility conditions, cleanliness, physical and emotional support, and resource management after spending much of the year focused on an action project surrounding our concerns. My class saw bringing these problems to the attention of the school board as a vital step in our path to adapting the fund system of Philadelphia's school district, but when I was told I would have the opportunity to testify for City Council, I thought it best to continue and showcase the efforts of my class here. During my time at Palumbo, I have experienced sickening bathroom conditions. I've stepped in mysterious liquid going to the bathroom. I've waited in line for stalls because only 1 out of 5 was working. My senior presentation was interrupted by a mouse skittering in front of me, and the days where the school had to wait outside it for hours when our facilities crumbled above and beneath us. Our community at school is our closest network. It's where we spend the majority of our day, and it's district-wide. We testify for the school board to make them aware of our position, but I testify now to ask you to invest in students. The 10-year tax abatement has taken money away from schools, money we desperately need. Mayor Parker's proposal to expand the program serves to take more. I am sincere in my belief that any addition to the program would harm school district funding tremendously, while we are actively fighting to keep our necessities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jaden Thompson. I'm a fellow at Philly Boat, and I go to West Philadelphia High School. One of the most common problems I see here in Philadelphia is the problem of buying or renting a house or an apartment. They don't have enough money. They don't get paid enough. Houses are way too expensive. So that forces them to live in very poor living conditions, such as myself. My living conditions are poor. I can barely use my own kitchen to eat, forcing me to waste more and more money. And so I ask for all of you Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. Take your time.
To support the low-income people in Philadelphia, to support any program trying to raise the wage in Philadelphia, and to make it so low-income people in Philadelphia can finally start to live in better living conditions because they deserve to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of Philadelphia City Council. My name is Ramira Thompson, a fellow Philly board member at West Philadelphia High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The mayor's housing plan is a crucial step towards addressing the city's affordable housing crisis. And it demonstrates a commitment to ensuring that more Philadelphians have access to stable homes. However, while increasing housing availability is essential, we must also ensure that these homes are safe and healthy for residents. Too many families in Philadelphia live in conditions that expose them to hazards like lead, paint, mold, and poor ventilation, which can have devastating effects on their health and well-being. A safe, healthy home campaign will complete the mayor's plan by prioritizing the safety and livability of both and new existing housings. Advocates for the Safe, Healthy Home campaign have highlighted the need for measures to address housing-related health risks. This includes ensuring building codes, providing fundings for repairs, and offering education programs to help residents identify and address unsafe conditions. By investing in these initiatives, the city can prevent illnesses caused by unhealthy living in homes, will strengthen neighborhoods, improve the quality of life for families across Philadelphia. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
We have Sam Pfeffer, Aileen Callahan, Reverend Philip Gelupter, may Narowan Chin, Fen Sang, and Kosuke Kujo also make their way to the podium.
My name is Reverend Philip Gelupter. I'm the Archdeacon for the Episcopal Diocese of Pennsylvania and a member of the Clare Project, which is an outreach ministry of the diocese within Kensington. It is difficult to address the mobile services provider bill in 1 minute. The fact that it's been restricted to 1 minute when we have 50 people signed up to speak goes to the difficulty of such. It is hard to address the bill without knowing the amendment changes that have been made. As written, we feel that it does not address the root problems, and what it is doing is making lepers of the unhoused siblings that live in Philadelphia, specifically in Kensington. By reducing and eliminating care and services to those unhoused siblings. So I ask you to have mercy on our brothers and sisters in the street and put forward a bill that we can work with and is just to those living on the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
First off, I come before this council body today as just a regular community member here of the outstanding city of Philadelphia. I just want to recognize, thank you so much, Council Member Nina Ahmad, for your champion for underserved community and also immigrants' rights as well, and recognizing Asian American Heritage Month today through your resolution. Good morning, Council and the city of Philadelphia. My name is Narin Chen. I'm a Cambodian American, a refugee, and a child of refugees, and also a returning citizen. I'm an entrepreneur, and also a union shop steward, also One Love movement organizer that fought for the sanctuary city policy here in the city of Philadelphia with all the immigrant unity network here in the city. I wanted to recognize also that as a former vice president of the Southeast Asian market at FDR Park, I was part of the shaping of the vibrant economic contribution of this great city through the vendors, and we generated almost close to millions of economic impact and created hundreds of jobs, at the same time protecting and preserving the vendors so that way they are equitable and also contribute to the economy here in the city of Philadelphia. I want to let you know that as a janitor of Temple University and also shop steward as well, and also University of Pennsylvania, I selflessly serve our city through many commissions for the city of Philadelphia, Mayor's Commission on Asian American Affairs, and also the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania governor as well too. I stand before you today is that there are unsung heroes in the community that we need to recognize too. They could be janitors, teachers, and police officers that do an amazing work for our city of Philadelphia. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman Rod and Council Body.
We have Fen Sang, Kosuke Kujo. May Will Tong, Kelly Gilson, Catherine Freeland, and Alan Lindy also make their way to the podium.
Okay, state your name for the record. Yeah. Hello. My name is Kosuke, and wife Tomomi Chujo. Come from Tokyo, Japan. Thank you for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. As an ambassador to Philadelphia, I would like to continue communicating about Philadelphia to customers around the world through cheesesteak. Thank you, Philadelphia. I love you.
And go Bears!
Yes, go Bears!
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Will Tong. I'm a resident of Southwest Philly, and here as a husband and father raising a child in this city, and as a personal victim of traffic violence. I'm speaking in support of Bills 250266, 250267, which will make 47th Street safer for all roadway users, especially for pedestrians who are the most vulnerable. Commenters last week brought up concerns that adding a bike lane will lead to bicyclists hitting pedestrians, but we should not lose sight of the real threat. In 2023, Philadelphia saw 126 traffic deaths. Nearly half were pedestrians, and every single fatal crash involved a motor vehicle. In 2020, my family and I nearly joined this statistic while crossing 48th in Springfield, Springfield Avenue, my entire family, including our then 6-year-old daughter, was struck by a careless driver. Since our crash, my district council member Jamie Gautier worked to reconfigure 48th Street with a parking protected bike lane. As a pedestrian, this makes crossing so much safer. It shortens the distance we are exposed to moving vehicles and cars drive slower. 47th Street deserves the same treatment. It is among the most dangerous streets in our city, and I'm proud of Councilmember Gautier's steadfast commitment to roadway safety. And in her tenure, she has led the way to tame historically dangerous corridors all throughout the 3rd District. We already had a year and a half of community engagement on 47th. Now is the time for action. Let's not miss this opportunity to prevent injuries and save lives. Let's wipe 47th Street off the high injury network map, and let's get these bills passed this council session. Thank you.
We have Kelly Gilson, Catherine Freeland, Alan Lindy. May Kate Perez, Paul Birdsong, and Lynn Landis also make their way to the podium.
Good morning, my name is Sam, and I'm here representing Positive Women's Network and other individuals who are concerned about Bill 240-665, the Mobile Service Providers Bill, from Councilwoman Lozada's office. While I absolutely understand the desire to address quality of life issues in the 7th District, it is so important to me and the Councilwoman. This legislation would create some significant barriers for mobile service providers, many of whom are offering life-saving care to the city's most vulnerable residents. The bill introduces some really steep permitting requirements that I would love to see altered or amended in some way, because the fines go up to $1,000 and there are severe restrictions on when and where the services can be provided. Adding a 3rd or 4th location could really help being able to distribute more services in a meaningful way. Under this bill, providers could be fined simply for offering wound care or distributing basic necessities outside of the hours and the locations. And these services are really critical during an overdose crisis and a housing emergency. We urge council and a councilwoman's office to consider the unintended consequences. This bill will not reduce harm, it will increase it as it is now. I understand there's 2 more amendments that came out, and I'm excited to look at them. I have not seen them yet. And I ask you all to consider the folks who are being pushed most into the shadows and uplift them. Thank you.
My name is Aileen. I'm a single mother of an elementary school child. I was a homeless teenager that drank to blackout so I could fall asleep without food and shelter. I became sober when I learned that I was pregnant. I am now a proud homeowner at Allegheny and Jasper, and am committed to loving and honoring my neighbors, whether they live in a home or not. My home ownership journey wouldn't be possible if it weren't for the progressive movement fighting for legislation and programs that fight to restore dignity to workers and families. We can use city dollars, city worker labor, and civic engagement to create a Philadelphia that embodies our claimed sentiment, the city of brotherly love, sisterly affection, and neighborly care. As it is written now, Bill 240-665, understood as the Mobile Services Ban Bill, will block wound care mobile services traveling onto residential blocks. The workers that operate wound care vehicles are the first line of defense for the most vulnerable of our city. The current Philly dope supply causes festering wounds and creates temporary symptoms of paralysis and sedation to unconsciousness and potentially fatal withdrawal. My 11-year-old son sees this every day. It is not realistic to expect people living with the above-mentioned symptoms to travel to one defined location for services. Today and every day, my son sees people that he cannot tell if they are alive or dead. I am committed to working with any member of government on any issue ever to make sure that as few people die as possible on Philly streets. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kelly, or more commonly known as Scout Gilson. But hello, City Council members, constituents, neighbors. I'm here today to give public comment in regards to proposed bill number 240-665 and implore you to vote nay on enactment of this legislation as it currently stands that we have been shown. His Holiness the Pope, Francis, asked the question that I believe you all must ask yourselves now. Every man, every woman who has to take up the service of government must ask themselves 2 questions. Do I love my people in order to serve them better? Am I humble, and do I listen to everybody, to diverse opinions in order to choose the best path? If one were to ask themselves this question and answer it in truth with a yes, that person must vote nay in the bill in this current form. This bill, in which sharing necessary resources for sustaining life would become a crime. As a resident of the 5th District, represented by Councilman Young, I have been shown time and time again and done my best in kind to honor what Philadelphians have shown me, being a good neighbor, uplifting one another by assisting their fellow in need. As a person of faith, I have been given a commandment that would be criminalized by this bill, to love thy neighbor. As a person who has been thirsty and as a person who has spent many hours in Councilwoman Lozada's district serving her constituents, vital resources, reducing the burden of the city's first responders, as well as the trauma of residents by preventing them from witnessing these in her district die preventable deaths in the street. I cannot in good conscience allow my voice to go unheard on this matter. This bill is a danger not just to those in need, but to those who choose to give. Criminalizing compassion, kindness, and the first thing we all learned in kindergarten, sharing, leads me to believe that we have not considered the effects this would have on not only her district, but all of Philadelphia. I leave you with a piece of wisdom from James Baldwin. We have yet to understand that if I am starving, you are in danger. If people think that my danger makes them safe, we are in trouble. Thank you.
We have Catherine Freeland, Alan Lindy, Kate Perez, Paul Birdsong, and Lynn Landis. May Valerie Bai and Ivan Vivar also make their way to the podium.
Kate Perez. With this bill, we show that international affairs are relevant, influenced by our money, and this council has the power to take action in divesting from states that act outside of the law. We were quick to divest from Russia, now El Salvador, and I must mention that since March 2nd, our sister city has blocked all aid from entering the Gaza Strip. Then on the 31st, the World Food Program bakery shut down as fuel and flour ran out, and they have since depleted all food rations. There's more than 116,000 tons of food assistance sitting right outside of the border, and our sister city is blocking aid. On financial stability, we've seen a sharp decrease in foreign investments and exports falling as more and more countries cut diplomatic ties with Israel. Stacey Garrity threw $56 million into a failing investment, and no amount of return can wash the blood off our hands. The city wants divestment to the point where Swarthmore students relaunched their Solidarity encampment yesterday with the clear goals of full divestment and material protections for its most vulnerable community members. Last month, right after having all criminal charges dismissed, a PPD officer walked a man right out of the courthouse and right into ICE. Divest now, free Palestine.
I'm Paul Birdsong. In question is Bill 250206 from the General Fund, over $400,000 for personal services. From the Civil Service Commission, over $35 million for advances and other miscellaneous payments. From the Director of Finance Provision and other grants, another advances and other miscellaneous payments in excess of $211 million. Last night, an 18-year-old was shot twice in South Philly. Tuesday, the Panther Party searched Strawberry Mansion for Schwabe, a missing 13-year-old whose mother, Jew, was desperately trying to find him. My point is there's a storm coming. 64-year-old shot in the back, 77-year-old killed, mother shot 11 times in the car with her son, the summer shootings in Center City, Queens Village, and Society Hill, the Muslim Eid celebration shot up in 2 years in a row. Where is the bill to use the city's resources to address this, because the shooting has started already and summer hasn't? The Panthers are out here addressing this, but where is everyone else? Because there was an Amber Alert out for that young boy the other day that we were looking for, but when we were out searching for him, there were no police officers in the whole neighborhood looking at all. But they're getting paid to do that. We don't get no resources, but we're out here. Where are y'all? I'm calling all police officers and nonprofits that are receiving funding due to the help of this city council and the mayor to come outside and help us save this city. Or else, what are you getting paid for? All power to the people.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Landis of SafeStreetsPhilly.org, and I'm also a registered Republican. I strongly support Council President's resolution denouncing all forms of political violence. And to that end, I ask that City Council also denounce District Attorney Larry Krasner, who in a March 25th interview said that Republicans are, quote, fundamentally fascist, and it will not do us any good to try to appease them. They are bullies who need to be punched in the face as hard as possible." Unquote. In my opinion, what Krasner said is a federal crime under Title 18, Section 373. But Krasner is not alone. It is a deliberate strategy of the Democrat Party leadership to incite their members to violence against Republicans. And that is why I'm requesting that the police commissioner post additional police at the polls on Election Day, May 20th, to protect Republicans, such as myself, who will be handing out party literature outside the polls on Election Day. And I sincerely hope my fellow Republicans will refuse to be intimidated, but instead volunteer to help out at the polls. Because in truth, we cannot have a functioning democracy without public participation in a meaningful, effective, and safe manner. Thank you.
Please refrain from booing. We want to make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to be heard, everyone.
Alan Lindy. Councilwoman Bass, City Council members. I am here as one of two very proud brothers of Elaine Lindy, our sister, who has initiated and put together the Fiesta Schoolyards, which was being honored today, and thank you for doing so with it. I wanted to share a little history, how this came to be. Elaine had been in a conversation with a young man in high school and asking what he does. It was through an anti-bullying program we were supporting. And he mentioned there's really nothing to do. He had nothing, and she asked him more about it, and turned out in conversation that they didn't have a schoolyard or playground where he was attending, which really took her back. And she looked at it further, she investigated it, and found out that of the 150 public elementary schools in Philadelphia, 100 of them did not have a play yard, which is a pretty extraordinary concept of sending kids to school and not having a place to play. And although I'm not sure how, she made this decision to ensure that there was this play yard in every single public elementary school in Philadelphia with it, which entailed, again, 100 out of 150 of them. And she had to be involved not just in raising the funds to do so, but in coordinating with the school district, with the principals, with all the stakeholders, and each one was his own individual project. She's, at this point, accepted to be completed 50 of the 100 by the end of this year with it, which is an extraordinary accomplishment. Okay. So I just wanted to give you a quick introduction. You'll get to hear from Elaine later on, and thank you again for your support.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have Valerie Bai, Ivan Vivar, Virginia Hogman, Baija Barrett, Nicole Summers, Danica Cuncio, Amanda Birch, and Robert Landy also make their way to the podium.
Good morning, Council. My name is Valerie Bai. I'm a nurse in the city, and I'm strongly opposed to Bill 240665. I'm a nurse who's cared for many Philadelphians with substance use disorder in my career, and I am appalled at our city resources going towards criminalizing services that help keep people alive. Time and energy spent attempting to ban the distribution of water, food, and healthcare in Kensington is time and energy not spent on what actually keeps people safe, healthy, and housed. Why are we using valuable city resources on policing, volunteers, and houseless people and harassing people who use drugs or lack a safe place to sleep? Why not use these resources to fund accessible housing and food, syringe exchanges, and low barrier treatment for substance use disorders, anything that people have talked about needing today? This legislation will increase cases of hepatitis C, HIV, and overdose deaths. It is shameful and deadly, and it deliberately ignores recommendations from public health experts and people who have been involved in harm reduction. I urge Council to vote no on this bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Vivar. I'm here to oppose Bill 240665-8. I want to first thank Council members Kendra Brooks, Nicholas O'Rourke, and Rue Lando for their opposition of this. As a humble soccer coach in Philadelphia in the 7th District for the last 8 years, I find this bill will just lead to more preventable deaths. We've already had, thanks to the Kensington Caucus, 4 deaths in prison. I could see these measures leading to more deaths in the street that would, in a way, increase litter. So this is kind of backwards to what the bills were trying to achieve in the first place. The lack of compassion for others is appalling. As we sit here and speak about faith, this is the most anti-religious kind of bills I'd seen. Did Jesus care who he gave to fish or bread at that time? I'm not a spiritual person, but this all just makes sense to me. If you want to remove undesirables from your communities, this is one way to do it. Harm the others who are trying to prevent their deaths. We have stagnant wages and rising house costs. That leads to more houselessness. This bill will not address that fact. People who are already suffering from domestic violence or intimate partner violence will be further under the microscope trying to find places to get these resources they can no longer get at home or from mutual aid providers. Okay, well, I just want to say if we want to find better use to keep our cities clean, we should turn our civil services to actually keeping those streets clean and not policing our residents who already have nothing.
Yeah, thanks. I'm Lynn Hogman, a resident of the 4700 block of Windsor Avenue, speaking in opposition to Bills 250266 and 250267. In addition to these bills interfering with access to 2 residential streets, the protected bike lane on 47th Street will create a safety hazard, a new blind intersection. The 48th Street bike lane demonstrated the safety hazard at the intersection of 48th Street and Windsor, with cars coming from Windsor unable to see through traffic before entering the travel lane. The protected bike lane on 47th Street will create the same blind intersection in danger of 2-car collisions at either Warrington or Regent, as neither of these intersections is fully controlled, and they are on opposite sides of 47th Street. For over 7 months, nothing has been done by Otis to remedy the blind intersection that they created on 48th Street, despite repeated complaints. Yet they are seeking to create the same additional safety hazard on 47th Street with no solution that has been disclosed to the community. This problem cannot be solved by merely barring parking in the immediate area of the intersection. Major removal of parking is not an acceptable solution because the consequence was never disclosed to the community. Major reductions in parking create their own safety issues by forcing residents to park blocks away from their houses late at night and adversely affect the quality of life. Residents at a minimum are entitled to be heard on these issues. In addition, it is unclear that the protected bike lane will increase safety. I understand that last week on 48th Street, which was not a high injury network street, had an accident between a motorized scooter going the wrong way in the protected bike lane and a turning car. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
We have Baja Barrett, Nicole Summers, Danica Cuncio, Amanda Birch, Robert Landy. May Sam Stern, Kelsey Leone, and Michael Navarro Lopez also make their way to the podium.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Danica Cuncio. I am the Viral Hepatitis Program Manager at the Philadelphia Department of Public Health. Thank you for the opportunity to recognize May as Viral Hepatitis Awareness Month in Philadelphia. An estimated 50,000 Philadelphians are living with chronic hepatitis B or chronic hepatitis C, serious, often silent infections that damage the liver and can lead to cancer and premature death. Fortunately, we have proven tools that have saved lives. Hepatitis B is preventable through vaccination, hepatitis C is curable, and screening tests allow access to life-saving treatment. Yet many residents face persistent barriers to care, from lacking resources to attend medical appointments, to navigating substance use and other complex challenges. Despite this, Philadelphia's healthcare and community partners have built a strong infrastructure, leading to the cure of over half of those diagnosed with hepatitis C in the last decade. This progress must continue. We remain committed at the Health Department and with our stakeholders to expanding public awareness, using evidence-based approaches, and improving access to testing, vaccination, and treatment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amanda Birch. Good morning. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak before council this morning and to voice my strong opposition to Bill 240665, which criminalizes compassion, promotes policing over care, and only creates new barriers that will leave our most vulnerable and marginalized neighbors without the support they need. My neighborhood is affected by the sweeps that the city has been conducting, as many unhoused neighbors are displaced to my street. And I know that if this bill is passed, it will not improve the quality of life for my housed or unhoused neighbors. As it is written, it will only create further harm and exacerbate existing public health crises. It will make it impossibly difficult for people to access basic care, and it will set a dangerous precedent for criminalizing people helping each other. Philadelphians, housed and unhoused, deserve better than this. I urge council to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Landy. I'm the director of the Eastern Atlantic States Carpenters Technical Centers, and I'm here to speak on the National Apprenticeship Week resolution. I would like to thank Council President Johnson for the opportunity to speak and thank Council Members Thomas and Gilmore Richardson for introducing the resolution. Today, I'm proud to share with you the incredible tuition-free opportunities offered by union apprenticeship programs. These programs are a gateway to a rewarding career in the building trades, providing a comprehensive four-year apprenticeship that combines on-the-job training with hands-on schoolwork. Apprentices are immersed in all aspects of the trades, ensuring they are well prepared for a successful career. One of the most compelling aspects of apprenticeship programs is the ability for apprentices to earn while they learn. Participants receive a high wage along with medical and retirement benefits, and even have the opportunity to earn college credits. This ensures that our apprentices are not only gaining invaluable skills, but are also securing their financial future. We are proud to foster a brotherhood and sisterhood environment where every apprentice is given the tools and support needed to thrive. Union apprenticeship is more than just training. It is a community dedicated to building the next generation of skilled tradespeople. Thank you for your time, and I encourage anyone interested in fulfilling a career in the trades to consider joining the apprenticeship programs. Together, we can build this city. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sam Stern. I am a physician with Temple's mobile medical clinic called Begin the Turn. Although my remarks represent my own, not my institution, I'm concerned that Bill 240665, as written, will constrain our ability to provide life-saving medical care to people in Kensington and will ultimately harm our patients. We are living through a historic local and national overdose crisis, and the people most likely to die during this crisis and in need of life-saving treatment have had most difficulty accessing healthcare in traditional healthcare spaces. Over the past year, our program has cared for more than 1,000 people, 13% of whom have since died, over half from overdose. The proposed legislation would force these people to leave, or mobile providers to leave areas in greatest need of outreach and services, effectively isolating an already marginalized population. I'm exceedingly concerned about the incompletely defined permit process mandated in the bill and the broad restriction on legal locations for operating. I'm specifically concerned that since the permitting process is not yet in place, we will effectively have a ban on operating in Kensington and not be able to provide care. At the very least, I would urge you to consider delaying implementation of the bill until after the permitting process is established and operating so that we can ensure our patients' safety. As requested, we have provided formal evidence of an organizational structure and helped draft a document relating to best practices. I respectfully ask for assurance that we will be able to continue to provide critical health care services without interruption in mutually beneficial and agreed upon locations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Kelsey Leone, Michael Navarro Lopez, May Gary Merriman, Theo Fountain, Leslie Gabor, Rodney Davis, and Justin Roig also make their way to the podium.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Kelsey Leone. I'm a harm reductionist. Before I begin my public comment, I want to lift up the students who came in today and showed so much courage and bravery and compassion for each other. Can we give them a round of applause again? They demonstrated that you can do hard things when you do them together with other people. I think we all saw that, and that is the heart of what mutual aid is, and that is the heart of what's under attack with Bill 240665. Bill 240665 would render street medicine efforts in Kensington ineffectual by restricting services to a single, inaccessible parking lot and criminalize religious expression of sharing tangible goods necessary for survival with any of our neighbors. As a discipline, street medicine emerged as a practice to reach unhoused people who use drugs, recognizing that these populations have been historically stigmatized, harmed, and inadequately helped by traditional brick-and-mortar healthcare institutions. My grandfather, Jorge Leon, was an immigrant from Ecuador and a doctor. His graduate dissertation examined how brucellosis was being spread from herd animals to the humans, even in a city like Quito. To understand transmission, he went to Quito's slaughterhouses and discovered that workers were holding butcher knives between their teeth as they rotated the hanging carcasses, which was a vector of transmission. He inspired me to take up the same spirit and meet people in their environments to understand their health challenges. When street medicine providers can see the environments their patients are living in, they can work collaboratively with patients to promote healthy outcomes. Restricting street medicine to a single parking lot is comparable to taking away an operating room from a surgeon. Please vote no on this bill, which would prevent medical providers from providing compassionate, holistic care to people who need it the most.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Micael Navarro Lopez. I've lived in West Philly for 12 years, and I'm a school district grant writer and a proud union member of PFT. I speak for myself in response to the call to action by school board leaders on March 27th when the district presented its two-year preliminary budget. I'm speaking in opposition to Ordinance 250-206. The general fund and revenues outlined in the 2026 operating budget are too meager to sustain a city of 1.6 million Philly residents. And it's unacceptable. Philly has been in a tight spot for decades, but not everyone is suffering equally in these conditions. Philadelphia's largest private employer and landowner, the University of Pennsylvania and its health system, are logging financial banner years, with their endowment reaching $22.3 billion this past year. When everyone else is taking a haircut, Penn must strike a new course in paying real, meaningful contributions to our city, not just occasional pilots. At its massive scale, Penn has used extensively our city's resources, and I brought their chart from their financial report. You can see how well they're doing financially. I ask you, please, City Council, to restart these conversations with Penn about how they can contribute to the structural support of our city. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Francesca Williams, and I was born and raised in Kensington. I lost my mother to addiction, not because she didn't want help, but because it wasn't there when she needed it. I'm here against Bill 240665, which targets mobile services and the people bringing life-saving aid, food, compassion to people in the city like long left behind. Councilmember Lozada, you say that this is about public safety, but removing outreach vans is not about safety, it's cruelty. You are punishing people for being poor and for being addicted and for being human. Every preventable overdose that happens because of your desire to criminalize people for helping is on you. If you are not here to fight for our city's most vulnerable, then what are you doing in office? And of all places, why Kensington? Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Merriman, and I'm a social scientist and harm reduction specialist living here in Philadelphia. And I'm here to speak in firm opposition of Bill 240665. This bill does not protect Philadelphia, it abandons it. I live here and see the serious necessity of these services, but I also work in harm reduction just across the river in Camden, New Jersey, serving people who use drugs, who are unhoused, and who have been pushed to society's margins. Mobile service providers provide crucial connections to life-saving care, sterile supplies, food, water, but most importantly, dignity and love. These services aren't a nuisance, they are essential, they save lives, and this bill will steal hope and decency from our unhoused siblings. This bill strips away that care and compassion and offers nothing substantial in return. No real plan, no feasible alternatives, just punishment, confusion, and cruelty. I saw it firsthand during the Kensington sweeps, people continuing to be wrongfully incarcerated, some who have died in Philadelphia's prisons. Displaced people crossed into Camden desperate for help. The harm didn't end, it just spread. This bill will deepen that suffering, not just here in Kensington and in Philadelphia, but all across the region. It violently targets our most vulnerable populations and pretends that erasure is the solution. Let's choose compassion over cruelty, connection over control, and life over death. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rodney Davis. I'd like to thank Council President Johnson, Council Member Bass, and my very dear friend, Council Member and Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson. I'm here to speak on the National Apprentice Week. I'm going to speak on it from a different level because Philadelphia is known as the poorest big city in America. We can use these apprentice programs to address some of the poverty that's facing our city. But more importantly, I look and focus on youth. Young kids coming from financially challenged families have limited options as they grow up. They don't have people telling them oftentimes the right thing to do. They live in homes sometimes that don't have food for dinner or heat during the winter. And I'm sure you guys can relate to that because I can especially relate to that because that's how I grew up. I grew up in Chester, Pennsylvania in a very financially challenged situation. I was fortunate to go to college, first generational, but the skilled labor apprentice programs can provide young people with a financially stable career, and it changes for generations. I know families that you go back 5 generations, no one in that family owned a car, never went on vacation. The apprentice programs can prepare people to change the lives of not only them, but also their children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Gabor. I am here as the voice for my brother who cannot be here today due to his death on December 12th when he was picked up and held in police custody. I am also a voice for many Kensington residents who have family who are surviving out on the street and that people out there are deeply loved. My tears last time I was here have now turned into anger. I was swept off the floor to meet Mr. Christmas, thinking our story mattered. My brother did matter. To me, my family, my poor mother, and everyone who knew him. In my head, I thought I was going to get help after Councilman Johnson stopped and made a big deal to get my information. Do you remember that? I do. I truthfully believe it was done due to the large presence in this room because of the multi-million-dollar playground. How did that work out? If we pointed our focus on what was important, like my brother's life, I would not be here speaking of this today. A big reason I am here is to talk about mobile services. These are services my brother benefit from, and I don't want people suffering the way he did, to continue getting the medical and community support they rely on. Having access to these services is heavily relied on, and without them, people will continue to die. My heart hurts that I have to hear of 2 others who have passed since my brother. As my family stood up here, we felt accomplished. We felt we were heard, but it was all a dream. I felt disregarded after Mr. Christmas interrogated me and my family for 2 hours or more. He said he would follow up. 4 months later, I'm in disbelief how unprofessional this was. He knew nothing about my story when he called me, asking me how do I think my brother died. Asking me how my brother died? I don't know. Ask the staff. I told you in December you would see me again, and here I am. 4 months later, and we still wait on answers. Drugs does not discriminate, which means my brother may not mean much to you, but one day you may find someone in your life that does. I hope everyone who is looking at me right now never has that horrific knock on the door, that I'm sorry for your loss. And we can't give you much more information. That's why my family was left with my poor brother walking himself into that building, spoke during his intake, and was wheeled out on a gurney without a heartbeat. And we want to know why. We want to know why. I can't even thank anyone, but thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Kathy Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I wanted to I'd asked to be recognized previously, but I wanted to thank some of the public commenters that had come in regarding the National Apprenticeship Week, because some of them had to leave. They could not stay. So I apologize, but I just wanted to again thank Monica Robinson from the AFL-CIO, Rodney Davis, who you heard from, Aaron O'Brien Hoffman from the Finishing Trades, Matt, the Apprentice Director from the Bricklayers, Bob Landy, who you heard from the Carpenters, Mary Brooks from We Love Philly, and we had a total of 21 folks here, including the Pat Eiding and Layla Bibby and many more to join us for this day. So thank you very much. I just wanted to recognize them. They had to leave.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader.
We have Justin Roig, Elaine Lindy, Kateri Andrico, Catherine Abrams, Ben Chachario, and Francesca Williams also make their way to the podium.
My name is Justin Roig. I am a member of Philly Boricuas, a local grassroots organization that works in Kensington with the Puerto Rican community. We oppose Bill 240665 because if enacted, it will result in the callous and preventable deaths of countless vulnerable Philadelphians. This bill is performative. It will not actually stop the distribution of critical aid in Kensington. It will only complicate and criminalize it further, prohibiting necessary services that many local organizations are providing. 4 people have died as a result of the Kensington Caucus's harmful policies to mass arrest drug users and deny them health care. This bill, which is an extension of these cruel policies, will continue to reduce life-saving services and impede the ability of that harm reduction workers are able to provide, and the amount of aid they're able to provide. Whether you like it or not, drug users are part of our community. They are people, and their health is of concern to all of us. They need access to more health care and more resources, not less. Council members are creating policy off of the callous impulses of a vocal minority which does not represent the diverse voices of the 7th Council District. For these reasons, I ask you to vote no as the bill currently exists. To all council members of conscience, thank you.
Hello, my name is Elaine Lindy. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you very much. In particular, thanks to Councilmember Bass and Councilmember Thomas, who submitted a resolution today acknowledging our hard work with Fiesta schoolyards and transforming the schoolyards of Philadelphia, 1 by 1, 10 per year, 37 done with our goal of 100. I wanted to just take my time just to thank the members of our team, some of which had to leave, in particular my 2 brothers, Alan, who you heard from before, and Frank, who in conversation spawned this concept. It grew with support from Lindy Communities, our family real estate business, and our CEO, Lev Kravinsky, was here previously. Brian Croker may still be here, I'm not sure. But is carried out by our exceptional team, Dr. Skipworth, who had to leave, and Gwen Barola, who may not be here, and our GC, Juan Abud of MGA, who just had to leave. But all of them exceptional, hardworking, dedicated, fabulous team, bringing to the hardscapes of Philadelphia basketball courts, running tracks, seating elements, musical, funnel balls, shade, outdoor classrooms, murals, color, engagement, vitality. It matters to our kids. It matters to us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
So we have Kateri Andrico, Catherine Abrams, Matthew Schlonbacher, Ben Chachario, and Francesca Williams and Jeremy Blatstein also make their way to the podium.
My name is Kateri Lee Andriol, and I'm here to speak in opposition of the Mobile Services Bill. I am a street medic, a community organizer, and a person in recovery. Philadelphia calls itself the city of brotherly love, and I believe we should all strive to love our neighbors. Despite our differences, we're all human beings, and we all need food and water to survive. When people face barriers trying to access these necessities, mobile service providers are often the ones who step in to meet these needs. The punitive language used in the bill as it was initially proposed and the amendments that have been adopted do not align with the values that Philadelphians hold dear. The bill criminalizes being a good Samaritan, a good neighbor, and a good citizen. It completely undermines what Philadelphia purports to be. In plain language, if I give 3 of my neighbors a bottle of water and a 4th neighbor walks up, this bill would bar me from giving that person a 4th bottle of water. I think that that is not what we should be spending our time or focus on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Schambacher, and I'm here to speak about National Apprenticeship Week and why it's so important to our city. But first, I'd like to thank Council Members Thomas and Gilmore Richardson for introducing the resolution. Apprentice Week is important to me because I'm the Apprentice Coordinator and Training Director for the Bricklayers Allied Craft Workers, Philadelphia Local 1. Pennsylvania and Delaware. Every day I interact with apprentices and see their struggles to become the next generation of skilled craft workers. Registered apprenticeship is also important to me because I started my career as a registered apprentice program of the Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers, and it changed my life and the life of my family forever. I am going to go over some of the opportunities that it presented to me. I joined the local right in '99 when I graduated high school. By the time I was 24, I was able to buy a duplex in Burholm and move my parents and younger siblings to get them out of my old neighborhood. I started running work and was a foreman when I was 26. I became a trade instructor, an OSHA outreach trainer when I was 32. I was also made safety director of a company I work for. I got to go to my international training center to go through our international training certification program, and I recently been made apprentice coordinator. The reason I'm sharing this isn't because I'm special. These are opportunities that exist for all registered apprentices. I have seen people become president of locals, superintendents, and company owners, all fostered by the training they received through their registered apprenticeship program. Thank you.
We have Catherine Abrams, Ben Chociaro, Francesca Williams, Jeremy Bladstein. May Rosalind Picardo, Pat Eiting, Erin Hoffman, and Mary Brooks also make their way to the podium.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Catherine Abrams. I'm the program coordinator for the Substance Use Response Guidance and Education Program. My program is funded by the Substance Use Prevention and Harm Reduction Division of Philadelphia Department of Public Health. I've been coordinating mobile teams meetings since December of 2021, and we meet to discuss practice issues surrounding the provision of medical services to people who use drugs. Our group has been involved in discussions with Councilmember Lozada since December. She hosted 2 provider roundtables in which we identified some shared issues. The things that were shared were really about quality, and our group began looking at that a little bit more closely and developed a code of conduct. Since then, though, the idea of 2 locations was only proposed as an idea if quality did not improve. However, we learned that 2 locations would happen as of 2 weeks ago. Permitting may help with that quality. We hope that can happen. But at this point, groups have not been involved in conversations about how to use the parking lot at 265 East Lehigh. That might be helpful. And there's little information to guide groups about what's going to happen once things go into effect. People don't know what to tell their patients, how to find them, where to go. So people might have to get lucky. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ben Cociaro. I'm a family doctor who's worked in Kensington for more than a decade. In 2016, I served on the mayor's task force to combat the overdose epidemic. In 2018, I worked on the first mobile addiction medicine clinic in the city. I'm not here to speak on behalf of any of my employers, nor do I represent them. I'm here today as a private citizen and a resident of Kensington for over 12 years. In that time, I've witnessed a procession of mayors and council people, each promising to end the crisis, but none ultimately affecting more than an increase to the police budget and the overdose death rate. Our current one, emboldened by the Supreme Court, has gone all in on defunding services on the Avenue, incarceration, and compulsory treatment, despite ample evidence that this strategy is ineffective and deadly, as evinced by Andrew Drury and Amanda Cahill, who died in overcrowded and understaffed facilities, denied the life-saving medical treatment that it was your legal obligation to guarantee. The legislation before us will maximize harm to my neighbors. By banning mobile services and removing folks' last lifeline of water, clothing, and life-saving medical care, the choice that Mark Squilla, Mike Driscoll, Ketsi Lozada, and Jim Harity want to offer my neighbors is this: die on the street or die in jail.
Good morning. My name is Roz Pichardo, founder and executive director of Operation Save Our City. I also run a center called the Sunshine House. I do not believe that bill number 240-665 does not represent the needs of Kensington. As a resident and a business owner in Kensington, I believe it will cause more harm, and I believe it will cause a lot more amputations as services are needed in my community. Knowing that the services are about to be pulled is devastating. We've already seen so many amputations and so many lives lost in Kensington, and reducing some of our services will be deadly. And again, I pray that all in City Council will vote no on this crazy, unethical bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Eiding. I am the President Emeritus of the Philadelphia AFL-CIO. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of Philadelphia Building Trades and a proud member of the Insulators Local 14. And I'm here to thank the Council for their recognition of the apprentice programs in the city of Philadelphia. I know this is Apprentice Week, and I'm proud to stand here to tell you that Apprentice Week in Philadelphia runs for 365 days. It never goes away. Yes. Because it's a career-sustaining world. That's what we do with apprentice programs. I have to say that wouldn't happen without the efforts of Councilwoman Richardson, Monica Robinson from the AFL-CIO that's out there every day talking to schools. What we do on career days in the school districts is fantastic. We have a lot of other businesses represented by unions that are doing that same thing to make sure that we have young people have a career, a family-sustaining career. And to say at the end, I would like to have a request to our city council folks to reach out to your employers in your area for internships and maybe some new apprenticeships. We need more. We have a lot of kids and a lot of folks that need jobs. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Pat.
Good afternoon. Thank you, council members. My name is Erin O'Brien Hoffman. I am the Director of Member Engagement for DC 21, Painters Union, Glazers, and Drywall Finishers, and also the coordinator for WINC, Women in Non-Traditional Careers Trades Readiness Program. I'm honored to stand before you today and celebrate National Apprenticeship Week, a moment to recognize the power of hands-on training, workforce development, and the future that we're building right here in Philadelphia. I'm here today, though, to speak about the vital importance of women in the Philadelphia union building trades. For far too long, the face of the trades has been overwhelmingly male, but in recent years, Philadelphia has begun to reshape that image, and it's apprenticeships that are making that possible. Apprenticeship programs are more than a pathway to a career. They are a vehicle of equity, dignity, and opportunity. And when we open these doors to women, we're not only addressing workforce shortages, we're creating access to family-sustaining wages, health benefits, and retirement security for women and their families. In Philadelphia, we've seen firsthand what happens when women are given a chance to rebuild. From our bridges to our schools, high-rises to hospitals, women in the trades are laying the foundation, both literally and figuratively, for our city's growth. I want to recognize the tireless efforts of our local unions and pre-apprenticeship programs like WINC, the State and Senior Pre-Apprenticeship Program, and CARP that have committed to recruiting, training, and retaining women in these fields. But there's still work to be done, and we have to continue breaking down barriers, ensuring safe and inclusive job sites, and expanding outreach to young women across our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Francesca Williams, Jeremy Bladstein, May Ernest Wiley, Timothy Freeman, Leah Shepherd, Beth Hollingshead, and David Alexander Jenkins also make their way to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary Brooks. I'm honored to speak with you today in celebration of the National Apprenticeship Week resolution. First, I'll give honor to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, giving a great thanks to President Johnson for this opportunity and Thomas Gilmore Richardson for introducing the resolution. In 2023, I was blessed to become a pre-apprentice at a nonprofit called We Love Philly, founded by Carlos Aponte in 2019. As soon as he found the organization, I found him. But all jokes to the side, We Love Philly has truly changed my life from day one. I knew God aligned me with something special. But when the program offered college-level education and hands-on marketing tools, that's when life really started to shift for me. I've been in a better place financially to help provide for my family, while just a few months ago, my husband and I were out doing Amazon Flex with 2 babies under two, trying to stay ahead of the repo man and keep a roof over our head. Now rent isn't too much of a struggle and things are starting to finally turn around for us. I get paid to learn, I get paid to grow, and surrounded by people that is patient enough to teach me. Programs like We Love Philly are needed, apprenticeships are needed. Not everyone has access to a full ride or a traditional college path, but everyone deserves a shot at success. If Philly wants to thrive, we need to equip Philadelphians to thrive. I'm grateful for this opportunity and for We Love Philly. My We Love Philly family who have truly helped and changed my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Leah Shepherd. I am a parent and homeowner living in Kensington, Council District 7. I'm opposing Bill 240665, which is deeply personal to me. Our family has lost 2 close friends to overdose. They were both fathers who loved their children immensely, and now we are struggling to do everything we can to fill the void their absence has left in their children's lives. This bill will limit access to life-sustaining resources like Narcan, leading to more overdose deaths. I have also personally given out hot food, sandwiches, coffee, water, toiletries, clean clothes, and blankets to my neighbors in need who are children, adults, and elderly, both housed and unhoused. This bill criminalizes the act of providing care for basic life needs. I also personally had to tell a woman who could not afford her mortgage after choosing to pay for life-sustaining breast cancer treatment that we tried everything but couldn't help her keep her home. There are so many of us just a medical bill away from being houseless. This bill criminalizes need rather than supporting vulnerable people. Harm reduction is safer, evidence-based, and successfully used across the globe. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Beth Hollingshead. I am a deacon in the Episcopal Diocese of Pennsylvania, and I want to speak in opposition to Bill 240665. In addition to being a deacon, I am also a social worker. I studied sociology in undergrad, and so I believe this serves as a foundation for how I feel about this bill. While I agree that safety of the community is important, including the safety of children, public health is also important. Homelessness is a public health issue, and this bill serves to just increase policing of those who are already oppressed and disenfranchised, and it ignores and refuses to acknowledge the trauma of those living on the street and treats those with this issue as a symptom. As they're treating the symptom as the problem instead of being solution-focused. We need to act as though we really are the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection by treating those on the margins with the same dignity and respect that you would any other citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. We have David Alexander Jenkins, May Blessing Matthew, Shane Kiefer, Erin Cookman, and Paige Tweedy also make their way to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Ernest Wiley. I am a first responder responding to the current economic crisis and multi-crisis situations. These emergency response protocols I'm sharing will stabilize all the cities in all countries. All mayors in all countries will look at their 2023 revenues that was collected. Then they will multiply that amount by 2. They will then place that amount into their city treasury accounts. Do not worry about selling municipal bonds. I invented a day rate savings account, and over time, cities and the Budget Management Committee will properly set up the accounts to withdraw funds from this new account. After the money is created into the city's treasury, I need 100 new police vehicles in each city across America and all countries to work with the police department, dispatch, and highway patrol. These vehicles will escort truck and trailers 10 at a time through red lights at nighttime. Truck and trailers are now considered emergency response vehicles to perform rapid production logistics. This emergency management operation will create 10 to 20 million new jobs across the United States over the next 30 days if carried out immediately. I am a registered Democrat. This is my Democratic rescue operation. All of my rescue operation protocols was completed and ready to go while Biden and Harris was in office. The proper credit goes to the Biden and Harris administration. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members and guests, Dave Alexander Jenkins, and I rise pro the President Johnson's Resolution 250396. I came to dance. We know the truths held self-evident that create equal the we, the people of the United States of America. The truths that endow us with inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I am resolved to know that this chamber and all within it stand to protect and uphold those rights, none of which can be fully recognized or realized when the people whom we were sworn to protect are shackled by poverty. Obliterating the pursuit of happiness with a minimum wage of $7.25 per hour, or roughly $15,000 per year, is shameful, if not criminal. Our 5th and 14th Amendment might suggest that it meets the standard of entrapment, as it is grossly negligent in addressing the needs, which we know to be nearly $23.26 per hour, just to meet the standard of a living wage, thusly inviting the behaviors of impropriety focused on those whose wages lead to actions that breed the consequences and will and do strip them of liberty. With such a low wage, we have created the populace living in survival mode, and with it the criminality such a life demands to survive. As the heart of this Commonwealth and the cultural core and its economic engine, let us rise with the moral clarity and practical urgency standard behind the Representative Green as she champions the fight in Harrisburg to correct its injustice, protecting the dignity of our neighbors by unshackling their feet so they too can dance. Raise the damn wage.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members, and everyone present. My name is Blessing Matthew. I'm incredibly honored and humbled to be here today. I want to sincerely thank Council Member Dr. Nina Ahmed and her team for this meaningful recognition and for highlighting stories from our vibrant and diverse communities during Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I was born and raised in South India, and like many immigrants, I came to this country with the hopes of building a better life and making a difference. I started my journey working in a mailing company and a laundromat helper, cashier, and a pharmacy technician. Then I served the corrections before becoming a police officer. A real step into a public service. Since then, I had the honor of becoming a first South Indian corporal and then a sergeant in the Philadelphia Police Department. Today, I also serve as the president of the Pennsylvania Asian American Law Enforcement Association, PALEA, where we support Asian American officers and working to strengthen the relationship between law enforcement and our communities. There were many moments along this journey when I felt like people from backgrounds like mine who work hard, are passionate about making change, often go unnoticed. But today proves otherwise. This recognition reminds us that our work matters, our voice matters, and our representation matters. And one quote that always has stayed with me from the Mahatma Gandhi, be the change you wish to see in this world. And it is more than just words. It is a daily challenge For me, that meant stepping forward, serving with the heart, and opening the door wider for those who come in after me. If my journey can inspire just one person to believe in their dream and that it's all been worth it. And finally, I want to congratulate all today's honorees. Your stories and your contributions are powerful, and I am proud to stand beside you as we celebrate the impact of our communities continue to make. And thank you again for this incredible honor. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello. Sorry. Hello, I am Shane Kiefer. I am a resident of District 7, and I am a constituent of Kati-Lazota, and I'm here to speak in opposition to 240665A. As it is written currently, I understand that there are amendments that have not been shared with us yet. It is egregious, disgusting, cruel. We are living in a time of a constitutional crisis where people's rights are being stripped from them, and we should not be pursuing bills that strip a people of their rights, such as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the Constitution. I also volunteer with the Clara Project in Kensington, and I've been homeless myself multiple times, and so I just have a deep passion for seeing people who are suffering, and as Jelobitra said earlier, do not make these people look that burst. Thank you.
We have Erin Cookman, Paige Tweedy, Peter Winslow. May Queen Judith Robinson and Obona Hagins also make their way to the podium.
It would be cruel to pass Bill 240665, which bans mobile services in Philadelphia. This bill sends a message that kindness needs to be commodified and that any act of supplying somebody with what they need to survive is criminal and should be punished by fines and jail time. We can do better. People deserve kindness. Criminalizing the distribution of supplies does not solve homelessness or poverty. It does not make affordable housing more readily available. It does not contend with inflation or respond to mental health crisis in a meaningful and compassionate way. It takes local municipalities being willing to vote against initiatives like this to help change the landscape that we're currently facing. This bill sets the precedent that people need permission to lend a helping hand. I see this as gross government overreach. I interpret this as micromanaging the general public, and I cannot quite decipher to what end. Passing a bill like this will put increasing hardships on our city's most vulnerable populations. Our community needs our support. Do not deny them that. If this city council supports the passing of this bill, I ask, what message does the city council intend to send? That certain people deserve our kindness while others deserve our scrutiny? That you need the government's permission before you can help out? We must promote autonomy. We must encourage community. Regardless of your vote, we will continue to help our neighbors. You do not own the rights to our kindness.
Thank you.
My name is Paige Tweedy. I'm a licensed social worker, and I've worked closely with unhoused people who use drugs throughout my career. I'm here to testify against Bill 240665. In my experiences with unhoused people and people who use drugs, they are motivated and capable of caring for each other and us in community and for their own well-being, just as all of us are. The way to address the housing and fentanyl crises is more support, not less, right? And as federal funding faces increasing cuts and we're entering a period of increasing economic instability, we need to be nimble. Permitting is not so nimble. We've seen permitted providers do incredible work, but they respond late in the process, right? Wound care assumes someone already has a wound. Providing socks to my neighbor can cut that entire cycle out and prevent someone from needing those services in the first place. We can do this for our neighbors. We should do this for our neighbors. Instead of restricting services as this bill would, let us live up to the promise of brotherly love and encourage our neighbors to continue to care for each other. Vote nay.
Thank you.
Happy, beautiful May Day, everybody. My name is Peter Winslow. I'm a Philadelphia resident. Thank you, President Johnson and members of the council for providing this opportunity for me to speak in support of the resolution of Councilmember Bass, who's my district council member, directing the Philadelphia Board of Pensions and Retirement to consider its investment policy with respect to El Salvador. And we're anticipating a similar directive initiated by Councilman Squilla, directing the Philadelphia Board of Pensions and Retirement to consider its investment policy regard to the production of nuclear weapons. And similar direction from Councilman Brooks to direct the Philadelphia Board of Pension and Retirement to consider its investment policy with regard to local economically targeted investments, and to adopt the principles and the policy, the practice of fiscal mutualism, which is the way Philadelphia and every other city in this country used to finance itself by having its pension fund invest in city bonds. That brings us, if I may, to the support for Councilmember Harrity's directive or request that the city implement the Healthy Outdoor Public Spaces Ordinance that was passed and introduced initially by Councilmember Bass, and Councilmember Young is asking for the same kind of implementation of the laws of the city of Philadelphia passed by this council with respect to the establishment of the Philadelphia Public Financial Authority. If we use the Philadelphia Public Financial Authority to, instead of general obligation bonds, you could have cost savings of $1.7 billion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Queen Judith Robinson here. Bear with me, you all, as I try to knit together three bills on the calendar today. The Land Bank bill, as you all move properties city-owned through this process claiming affordable housing, I want you all to think of the fact that the minimum wage is still $7.25, okay? Please keep that in mind. And in addition, as you increase density in our communities and talk about bike lanes, that's all good and well, small percentage of people take bikes to work, etc. But people are now literally parking on the sidewalk, parking on the pavement. So as you move forward with making Philadelphia safe, it's illegal to park on the sidewalk. And I would like for you all to pay attention to the fact that people are now literally parking on the sidewalks. Maybe we need to reduce density or come up with a solution. Thank you.
Obona Hagen's fourth-generation chattel slavery survivor. El Salvador has done what most American cities only talk about. They've arrested over 78,000 gang members, dropped homicide rates dramatically, and restored safety to communities that were once completely off limits. People in El Salvador are walking freely in places they used to fear. Meanwhile, we can't get folk to walk 2 blocks without worrying about getting shot. El Salvador has a tourism boom, attracted billions in investments, and launched 46 major infrastructure projects, all while we're still debating whether or not to fix our streets or pick up the trash. I hope this is what your resolution is about. I hope this is about how El Salvador went from a failing state to one that is building tech zones and Bitcoin cities while we're still stuck in the loop of redlining, public property devaluation, and neglected American freedmen neighborhoods. Are you going to ignore this study the same way you ignored the roadmap to safer communities, which told us clearly that structural racism is the root cause of gun violence, and the solution is large-scale investments in the areas that have been decimated by crime, violence, and unemployment? Please don't ignore that study the way you've ignored this study.
Council President, there are no further names for public comment.
That concludes today's public comment period. We will now consider today's consent agenda. I will ask the clerk to read the titles of all the resolutions on the consent agenda. After each title is read, any member may object to the inclusion of the resolution on the consent agenda. Upon such an objection and without debate, the resolution will be immediately removed from the consent agenda and placed on our regular final passage calendar. The clerk will now read the title of the resolutions on the consent agenda.
Resolution 250385, a resolution condemning the act of arson committed against Governor Shapiro at the historic Pennsylvania governor's residence and expressing gratitude to first responders for their heroic efforts responding to the fire and denouncing all forms of political violence. Resolution 250392, a resolution authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property to execute and deliver to the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority deeds conveying fee simple title to 3101 North 8th Street in the 5th Councilmatic District of the City of Philadelphia, and further authorizing the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority to transfer to the Philadelphia Land Bank fee simple title to such properties pursuant to Section 16-405 of the Philadelphia Code. And Resolution 250393, a resolution authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 1412, 1416, 1421, 1429, and 1435 North 17th Street, located in the 5th Councilmatic District in accordance with the terms of Chapter 16-700 of the Philadelphia Code. And Resolution 250396, a resolution urging the General Assembly to pass legislation allowing cities of the first class to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, an essential step toward ensuring that all Philadelphians are able to keep up with the rising cost of living and have the opportunity to build a better future. And Resolution 250401, a resolution authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property to execute and deliver to the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority deeds conveying fee simple title to 2045 East Auburn Street, 2054 East Auburn Street, 2051 East Rush Street, 518 Pierce Street, 2315 South Marshall Street in the 1st Councilmatic District of the City of Philadelphia, and further authorizing the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority to transfer to the Philadelphia Land Bank fee simple title to such properties pursuant to Section 16-405 of the Philadelphia Code. And 250402, a resolution authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 100 Emily Street, 2315 South Marshall Street, 518 Pierce Street, 2549 South 3rd Street, 2117 South 6th Street, located in the 1st Councilmatic District in accordance with the terms of Chapter 16-700 of the Philadelphia Code. And Resolution 250408, a resolution directing the city pension funds to review and act on investments in El Salvador, ensuring transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility in light of recent developments. That's it.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson for a motion to adopt each of the resolutions on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of each of the resolutions on the resolution consent agenda.
It has been moved and properly seconded that each of the resolutions on the consent agenda be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and each of the resolutions on the consent agenda has been adopted. We will now consider the bills on the regular second reading and final passage calendars. Will the clerk please read the title of Bill number 250207?
An ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by Federal Street, 13th Street, Wharton Street, and Broad Street.
This bill has been read on 2 different days. The question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Will the chief clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau is aye. Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmad.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 16, the nays are 15.
No, 16, Landau voted aye.
Okay, got you. The ayes are 16, the nays are 0. A majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Should the clerk please read the title of bill number 250242?
An ordinance repealing in its entirety Bill Number 240972, approved December 23, 2024, entitled An Ordinance Amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Zoning and Planning by revising certain provisions of Section 14-906, entitled Market Street East Sign Regulations, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Will the chief clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau is aye. Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass. Councilmember Ahmad.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 16, the nays are 0. A majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the clerk please read the title of bill number 250243?
An ordinance repealing in its entirety Bill Number 240971, approved December 23, 2024, entitled An Ordinance Amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Zoning and Planning, by amending certain definitions relating to signs, creating an arena area with Center City Overlay District overlay, making related changes, including a master plan requirement and changes to accessory sign controls, all in connection with the zoning rules for a proposed arena in Center City, and approving a master plan for the arena area, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Will the chief clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau is aye. Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmad.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 16, the nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the chief clerk please read the title of bill number 250244?
An ordinance repealing in their entirety the following ordinances, all approved December 23, 2024. Bill number 240966, granting the necessary authorizations for the city to help facilitate the development of a new arena for the Philadelphia 76ers. Bill number 240967, authorizing the execution of a service agreement between the city and PAID. Bill number 240968, authorizing the striking of Filbert Street from 10th Street to 11th Street from the city plan. Bill number 240969, authorizing striking certain aerial portions of 10th Street between Market Street and Filbert Street from the city plan. Bill number 240970, authorizing the construction and maintenance of various right-of-way encroachments in the vicinity of the proposed arena. Bill number 240963, amending the existing gallery at Market East Increment Financing District in the area of the proposed arena. And Bill number 240973, approving the amendment of a neighborhood improvement district in the area of the proposed arena.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Will the chief clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau is aye. Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke. Councilmember Driscoll. Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmad.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 16, the nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the chief clerk please read the title of bill number 250204?
An ordinance to amend Bill Number 240182, approved June 14, 2024, entitled An Ordinance to Adopt a Capital Program for 6 fiscal years 2025 through 2030 inclusive, by revising various appropriation amounts and totals to conform to amendments to the FY 2025 Capital Budget Ordinance, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Will the chief clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau is aye. Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmad.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 16, the nays are 0. A majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the chief clerk please read the title of bill number 250205?
An ordinance to amend Bill Number 240181, approved June 14, 2024, entitled An Ordinance to Adopt a Fiscal 2025 Capital Budget by revising various appropriation amounts and totals, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Will the chief clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau is aye. Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmad.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 16 and nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the chief clerk please read the title of bill number 250206?
An ordinance authorizing transfers and appropriations for fiscal year 2025 from the general fund, certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions, the water fund, certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions, and the grants revenue fund, certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commission, to the general fund, certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions, the aviation fund, certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions, and the transportation fund, certain or all city departments, boards, and commissions.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Will the chief clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau is aye. Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmad.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 16, the nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the chief clerk please read the title of bill number 240665-A?
An ordinance amending Title 10 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Regulation of Individual Conduct and Activity by adding a new chapter concerning vehicular mobile service providers and providing for penalties, all under certain terms and conditions.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Ketty Lozada for a motion.
Thank you, Council President. Before I put the motion on the floor, I just want to correct some of the misinformation that was shared during public testimony. I believe that if we put more energy into sharing truths and less on false information, we probably wouldn't have all of the opposition that we have around this bill. Let me start off with saying that we can't talk about dignity and respect and joy and empathy if it doesn't mean that it includes the residents of Kensington and Harrogate. Outreach workers will be able to operate. They will. This bill doesn't stop them from doing so. As it relates to the permitting process, we've worked with the administration to create a 60-day process in order for them to begin enforcement and implementation. Religious groups and food and clothes distribution, all that is going to be permissible. Healthcare practitioners will still be able to administer their services. Emergency response and overdose response, all will continue to be able to provide services. This bill doesn't impact their work. We also added to the language of this bill, as a result of talking to folks who are suffering and living in addiction, a opportunity for mobile services to be offered during the hours of 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. because it is when they told us they would be the most likely to accept services. So in essence, we are creating an opportunity for mobile services to be provided 24 hours a day in coordinated spaces. Non-medical providers will remain the same. I mean, people are going to be allowed to distribute goods and offer resources. The only difference is that you will have to follow the instructions. You will have to follow the rules. With that, Mr. Chair,
I need that motion.
I would like to offer an amendment to bill number 240665A. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of council, and I move for the adoption of the amendment.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to bill number 240665-A be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the bill has been amended. This bill will be placed on the final passage calendar for our next session of council. And before we move on to the consideration of any additional resolution on the day's calendars, Member Lozada, during speeches, if you want to additionally follow up, you feel free to utilize your time to also clarify any additional information regarding the amendment and or the bill for the record, okay? All right, thank you. Will the clerk please read any additional resolutions?
A privileged resolution honoring and celebrating Summer Search Philadelphia for their dedication to empowering Philadelphia's youth through mentorship, education, and career exploration, introduced by Councilmember Phillips.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Anthony Phillips for a motion.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. And this resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution honoring and celebrating Felice Philadelphia for its dedication to empowering youth through recreation, education, and community development, introduced by Councilmember Phillips.
Councilor, be at ease. So the prior amendment, just for the record, introduced by Councilman Ketty Lozada, that's 240665-A, has 2 nays, just for the record. Chief Clerk, call the roll just for the record on 240665-A, just for the record.
Councilmember Phillips?
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson?
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
For clarity, Council President, we're voting on amendments, correct? All right, so I would like to be recorded aye on the amendments and aye on all bills and resolutions I might have missed prior to this vote. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome.
Sorry about that. Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Landau voted aye. Councilmember Lozada?
Aye.
Councilmember Young?
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks?
Nay.
Councilmember O'Rourke?
Go.
Councilmember Harity?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke?
Nay.
Councilmember Driscoll?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla?
Aye.
Councilmember Bass?
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmad?
Aye.
And Council President Johnson?
Aye, the ayes are 15, the nays are 2, and the amendment passes for the record. Will the clerk please read any additional resolutions on today's calendar?
A privileged resolution honoring and celebrating Felice Philadelphia for its dedication to empowering youth through recreation, education, and community development, introduced by Councilmember Phillips.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Anthony Phillips, who's always laughing at me.
This is true. Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the next resolution?
A privileged resolution congratulating the School District of Philadelphia, the developer of Bellwether District HRP Group, ARCO Design Build, Clayco Corporation, and the General Building Contractors Association for their collaboration to fund driver education courses for the school district career and technical education students, introduced by Councilmember Gilmore Richardson on behalf of Council President Johnson.
The chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you very much for your work on this. I enthusiastically move for the adoption of the resolution on your behalf.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. And thank you, Majority Leader, for setting the foundation. Will the Chief Clerk please read the next title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing April 29th through May 2nd as National Apprentice Week in the City of Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Councilmember Thomas and I move the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution honoring and commending the Philadelphia City Council team participating in the 2025 Broad Street Run on May 4th, 2025, introduced by Councilmember Jones.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr. for a motion on the resolution.
I move quickly down Broad Street with the adoption of this resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution honoring and recognizing Wills Eye Institute in Philadelphia for their work in supporting victims of violence and championing the courage of Iranian women who were shot during protests in their home country through the Eyes on Humanity Fund, introduced by Councilmember Jones.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Jones for a motion on the resolution.
Just briefly, Mr. President, the nature of their repairs to those ladies, they were shot during protests when they took off their hijabs and things like that. The Iranian guards shot them in the eye with rubber bullets so they would know who were protesters. And Will's Eye is treating those individuals for free. I move for the adoption.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the motion passes. Just want to acknowledge also, Member Young is on the board of Gerard Trust, which is overseeing Wills Eye. So thank you for your leadership being part of that operation. Just want to acknowledge you on that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Chief Clerk. Next resolution.
A privileged resolution declaring May 2025 as Affordable Housing Month in the City of Philadelphia and recognizing the need for stable, safe, accessible, and affordable housing for all residents, introduced by Councilmember Landau.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson for a motion on behalf of Councilmember Landau.
Thank you, Council President. On behalf of Councilmember Landau, I move the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution honoring, recognizing, and congratulating the Reinvestment Fund, a mission-driven community development financial institution committed to making communities work for all people on the occasion of its 40th anniversary, introduced by Councilmember Landau.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson for a motion on behalf of Councilmember Landau.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Councilmember Landau, I move the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing May 5th through 10th, 2025 as Philly Tech Week in the City of Philadelphia and celebrating the vibrant and thriving tech ecosystem in Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Landau.
The chair recognizes Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson for a motion on behalf of Councilmember Landau.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Councilmember Landau, I move the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution authorizing the Council Committee on Commerce and Economic Development to hold hearings to investigate the administration's progress on the establishment of the Philadelphia Public Financial Authority, introduced by Councilmember Young.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Young for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for its adoption.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing and designating May 1st, 2025 as International Workers' Day to honor and celebrate the manifold achievement of workers and the historical and continuing struggle of labor movements for justice and fair working conditions, introduced by Councilmember Young.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Young for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this May Day, I move for adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing May 2025 as Hepatitis Awareness Month in Philadelphia in support of the joint efforts of Hep B United Philadelphia and Hep C Allies of Philadelphia, aimed at promoting testing for all Philadelphians and raising the profile of viral hepatitis and its connection to liver cancer as urgent health priorities, introduced by Councilmember Brooks.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution honoring the students of Philly Bolt Academic Year Fellowship Program for their dedication to community-led change and leadership development, introduced by Councilmember O'Rourke.
The chair recognizes Councilmember O'Rourke for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing the month of May 2025 as Building Safety Month in the City of Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Driscoll.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Driscoll for a motion on the resolution.
I move for adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution celebrating Chubby Checker, legendary singer-dancer and South Philadelphia native, on the occasion of his induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, introduced by Councilmember Squilla on behalf of Council President Johnson.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Squilla for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the resolution on your behalf. Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing Fiesta Schoolyards and their vision for continuing to enhance the learning and play environments for future generations of Philadelphia school-age children, introduced by Councilmember Bass.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Bass for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the motion on the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing Kosuke and Tomomi Chujo of Neobashi, Philly, for their extraordinary efforts to represent and preserve Philadelphia's culinary identity on the world stage, introduced by Councilmember Ahmad.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Nina Ahmad for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of this resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution proclaiming May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Ahmad.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Nina Ahmad for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of this resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
Council President, there are no further resolutions in my possession.
God bless you. Thank you very much. That completes our calendar for today. Any brief speeches on behalf of the minority? Chair recognizes Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to thank all my colleagues on the Committee of Law and Government. The Majority Leader mentioned it earlier. And I also want to thank my colleague Harity, Councilmember Harity and Councilmember O'Rourke for participating in last Friday's hearing on the Power Act. Hundreds of people, domestic workers, restaurant workers, gig workers, and labor leaders came to City Hall to fight for new worker protections. And even though the national landscape looks very bleak right now with escalating attacks against immigrants and working families, we fill this room with joy of a major win for Philly workers. And I'm so proud that our city is leading the way in strengthening workers' rights at the local level. I also want to thank Pastor Marita Fields-Powell of Congregation Coach Bethel for leading the invocation today. And finally, I want to honor and acknowledge the members of Hep B United Philadelphia and Hep C Allies of Philadelphia who joined us to recognize May as Hepatitis Awareness Month in Philadelphia. Thanks to the work of these local organizations, thousands of Philadelphians have access to information, testing, and treatment that saves the lives in Philadelphia every day. Thank you so much, Council President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Nicholas Nick O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we already honored the young leaders of Philly Bolt today, students who are already driving change in their schools and communities. I got a stack of letters that I have to read from them already. We're also reminded that the realization of justice is actually deeply intergenerational. Angela Davis actually said freedom is a constant struggle. I think that's in part because it ain't just in one place. And on this May Day, International Workers' Day, we carry forward that spirit of collective struggle by standing in solidarity with workers across our city and across the globe. On this May Day, we uplift the power of collective action and honor the generations of workers, both past and present, who have organized, who have marched and sacrificed to build a more just and equitable society. Our city continues to be a beacon of worker resilience and solidarity. And I'm glad to take that next step when we pass the Power Act next week. I'm grateful to Madam Leader for her work on that front. And because we know that we are in a tradition of struggle and that therefore the struggle for freedom is constant, we need solidarity and we need it forever. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Good job, Member Brooks. The chair recognizes for speeches on behalf of the majority, Councilwoman Ketty Lozada.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to continue with what I was saying earlier, and that is that we can't ask for certain things in certain neighborhoods. We are here to fight for every neighborhood. I'm here to fight for the constituents that elected me to be their voice here in city government. We've been sitting in hearings or committee hearings for the last several weeks. Where we've heard from different departments about the work that they're doing. We've heard from different individuals who have come in and have shared what they want to see in their city. I hear it every day. I see it every day. We can't talk about education if we're not remembering the kids in communities like mine that are impacted by what they see going and coming from school every day. We can't talk about education when my kids are sitting in buildings where bullets fly through windows. We can't talk about education when my kids have to walk over people who are living on our streets because they are suffering from substance abuse. We can't talk about safeguarders if we have mobile providers who are invading those spaces. We can't talk about business growth and opportunities if we're not remembering that those businesses in the Kensington-Harrogate community are being impacted as a result of people living and laying in front of their doors. We can't talk about gun violence. We can't talk about losing lives to gun violence if we are not taking into consideration the fact that we're losing lives because we fail to respond to people who are living in addiction on the streets of Kensington Avenue and in the Harrogate community. The amount of energy that is spent on people fighting us to help these people come out of addiction, to me, is astonishing. There was a report that just came out by the health department that says that overdoses have declined since 2023. That is a direct result of the work that we are doing. They are difficult decisions that we are making, but we are having an impact, and the impact is going in the right direction. We don't expect everyone to agree with how we're doing things, but we have to continue to do and make the difficult decisions in order for the constituents in the 7th Council District and the surrounding districts to have quality of life. That is our responsibility. That is our responsibility. The people who are dying on the streets of Kensington are someone's children. You cannot sit here and tell me that you are okay with people's children having their faces stuck to the cement. You can't tell me that you're okay with people's children living with wounds where they're losing their limbs and be okay with that. You can't tell me that you're okay with the conditions of Kensington Avenue. Because if you're okay with that, then you need to look at yourself in the mirror and figure out what you're doing in this space. What are you doing on this legislative floor? You can't say that you are okay with what is happening there and then talk about all of these things that I just mentioned. You can't. You can't tell me that you're a provider and that you are working day and night to ensure that people are coming off of substance abuse and think that it's okay for us not to do anything. It's impossible. My kids deserve joy. They deserve compassion too. They deserve opportunity. They deserve opportunity. And we are not giving them opportunity if we continue to fold our hands and not do anything about this shit. We can't. What the mayor is doing is new, it's different. This is not her bill. This is a bill that my staff has worked day and night on. With people, with people's interests, with people who live there first. How dare you? How dare you organize and tell people lies? Stand up there and tell lies without reading the damn bill. How dare you? How dare you be a provider and accept money from the federal and state and city and then not do the work? Because if you were doing the work, we wouldn't have people dying on our streets. This bill provides people opportunity 24 hours a day. This bill will coordinate services in a space that will not deplore quality of life. This bill will continue to connect people with their loved ones because they have to be a part of their process. This bill will take people off of people's sidewalks. I have seniors who are living with people who are unsheltered on their porches and threatened by those individuals if they call police on them. Would you allow that in your house? Would you allow that on your property? Hell no. Hell no. And so why should my residents do that? Each one of you has traveled Kensington Avenue. You all have traveled Harrogate. You see the conditions of my community. Shame on you if you think that we have to continue to do nothing. Shame on you. But while I'm in this chamber, while I'm in this seat, I'm going to continue to make those difficult decisions. I don't care if I stand alone. I will make those decisions. Because my people deserve it. Because my children in the 7th Council District deserve the same opportunities that all of the children in your communities deserve. Thank you, Council President.
Chair recognizes Councilman Dr. Anthony Phillips.
Well, I'm going to say something on that really briefly too, but I just want to say that colleagues, I'm proud to stand in support of the legislation that I've introduced to improve public signage across the city of Philadelphia. In neighborhoods like the 9th District, where too many roads are unsafe, streets like Lincoln Pike, Rising Sun Avenue, Ogons Avenue have long been areas of concern when it comes to speeding, confusion, and unsafe conditions for drivers and pedestrians alike. The legislation supports the goals of Vision Zero, which is already making strong progress in reducing traffic accidents and fatalities. But I'm advocating intensely that we need clear and consistent signage that will show high traffic areas in the city of Philadelphia, high accident areas, in the city of Philadelphia. That when you're driving by, you're gonna see that you need to see a sign that says high accident area so you can think twice about your speeding. It is time that we stop just focusing on speed cushions. Let's do some other things as well. Let people know where high accidents are happening. Put a sign there in terms of what those accidents have looked like and so forth, how many, all that and more. Lastly, a big shout out to Summer Search Philadelphia, an organization that continues to shape young leaders, and I'm looking forward to continue to spotlight young people in the city of Philadelphia. And I also want to express my support of Mayor Parker, Councilwoman Lozada, and the Kensington Caucus in their bold and compassionate efforts to address this deeply rooted issue in Kensington. I am utterly happy and excited that Councilwoman Lozada is doing this particular work. Kensington deserves dignity, it deserves investment, and it deserves a future. This bill is making some incredible changes. It will require these services to comply with state laws, just like any other medical provider would be expected to. Because when someone is in need of medical attention, whether on a street corner or in a hospital, they deserve to be treated with professionalism. But it's also protecting the most vulnerable. It's making sure that people are safe and their neighborhoods are clean, and making sure residents do not have to see and deal with this on a daily basis. I actually just want to quickly add, I think Councilwoman Lozada is being extremely compassionate. She's being extremely thoughtful, because if this was in the 9th District, I know for sure this wouldn't even happen at all. So I'm impressed that you're even finding ways to appease these people who are doing these services. Because if it was in the 9th District, they would say, take a brick and mortar and do this somewhere else. So the fact that you're okay with mobile services, that's you listening to the people. And I think that it's only fair that they stop these attacks that's going on against you and what you're doing. Because I don't get it. There's no way in the world someone's going to be doing that type of work near my porch. And none of the council members would allow that either. So we all need to just stop that. We know this is the truth. So I just want to say thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to seeing this bill pass. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for the acknowledgement. You know that I rarely give speeches on behalf of the majority, but I needed to let Councilmember Lozada know that I heard you say that even if you have to stand alone, you don't have to stand alone in this fight. I will tell you that I'll never forget touring Kensington with you, Councilmember Lozada, and our colleagues last spring. And we had the opportunity to hear both from residents, from the business owners, and from outreach workers about many individuals who were ready to enter treatment. And when they were ready, they weren't able to find services. And, you know, the willingness may have been there, but the access wasn't there, right? And that is changing. And that is what I believe you are seeking to address in this legislation. So I just want you to know that I appreciate and I see and value the work that you are doing, that you have been doing on 240-665A. And I will never forget the stories of the residents, particularly the senior, who talked about the fact that someone who was unhoused lived on her porch with open wounds, who threatened her if she would contact the police to try to have the person removed from her own property. And what I recognize about what you're seeking to do is, which is further outside of the auspices of this legislation, is that you're seeking to create a process by which mobile service providers are able to provide service in the community, desperately needed services for unhoused residents. And you're strictly saying, for everything that I've read, that you want to create a process that also will extend to hours that we typically don't have services available. And so that's increasing services for individuals, which I think is what we need to do, because they need additional service. When individuals are ready to come out of addiction or are looking for help, they should be able to receive that help, even if it's in the midnight hour. So I just want to commend the work that you are doing, seeking to, find that delicate balance with the mobile service providers, with the community, with the residents, with the business owners, with the administration. This is not easy work. And it takes all of us to do this together. But what I will say is it's very easy to say that you're against something when you don't have stake in that community and in that area. So I think it's important that we invite people who want to be a part of this process to really be stakeholders as a part of this process and join the work to move the community forward, and not be in a space of ready to fight, denigrate people, and put folks down because you simply disagree. We can agree to disagree, but we have to do that in a respectful manner and in a way that we're ready, willing, and able to work together for the betterment of the community. And I just wanted to put that on the record. So thank you, Councilmember Lozada, for your work, and thank you, Council President, for this opportunity.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
So I had a whole nother speech in the majority. I wanted to tell you about the 15th annual Block Captain's Boot Camp Saturday up at St. Joe's. I wanted to tell you Sunday, led by captain of the team, Charlita Davis, they'll be running the Broad Street Run. But I'm going to cut that to say, you ain't never alone, right? And until Kensington is safe, there's no neighborhood in the city of Philadelphia safe. And I say that based on parts of my district that there's a secret going on that a lot of the folk from that area travel to yours. And it is, if you have not lived down there, what you talking about? If you have not had to move around, I forget who is what, we were going down the avenue and every one of the businesses were closed because they had tents in front of them. And every one of the consumers had to go somewhere else because there was no place to shop. Now, say what you want, until you stood 10 toes down to say, I'm changing this, it didn't change. So when we banded together to do the Kensington Marshall Plan, I had no idea you was gonna catch this much hell. But don't ever think that you're alone, all right? Because the 4th District, just like the 9th District, is with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Member Jones. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jim Harity.
Thank you, my brother. Cats, I support my district councilwoman from here to eternity. Not only am I a resident of the 7th Councilmatic District, but I'm also an addict, okay? And for people to come in here and try to say that we on the Kensington caucus don't care, it's utterly ridiculous. My whole life has been put, or at least the last 14 years, of helping people succeed in recovery, in sobriety, through my learned, lived life experience, because I was there. But also, I lived there, along with hundreds of thousands of residents who have been putting up for this for so long, where my man, Councilman Anthony Phillips, is absolutely right. This would not happen in any other neighborhood. This did not happen in South Philly when I lived there. I can tell you right now, they would have ran this out a long time ago. We care. I care. We care about these people. But I also care about my residents who, when I walk home every night, I live in that neighborhood. Every night when I get home, I have a list of people standing outside my house to tell me what's going on, what happened. I got children that have to get HIV tests every 6 months for the next 7 years because they stepped on a needle trying to play outside their house. That's not right. So you know what? I'm going to hold my tongue because you know how I can get.
Thank you, sir.
But I'll tell you right now, I'm with my council member now and through this whole situation, because guess what? She's the only one that stepped up to do anything. I've been there. I lived there almost 20 years. Nobody has done shit since I've been there, except her, okay? Except her. We might not always be right, but damn it, we're trying. And I'm tired of this. I care. That's why I ran. I didn't have to run. I live in that neighborhood. I ran because of that neighborhood. Thank you, Council President.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Nina Ahmad.
Thank you, Council President. And I echo the support for Councilmember Ketsi Lozada, her courage to take on a very difficult problem and to be so thoughtfully working through it. I'm today also proud to recognize the beginning of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, an opportunity to honor the extraordinary contributions of the AAPI community to our city, to our nation, and our shared future. As the first South Asian woman elected to this legislative body and an immigrant myself, I know firsthand that our stories of resilience, of entrepreneurship, of public service are woven in the very fabric of Philadelphia. This year, I am thrilled that City Council is honoring 11 individuals and businesses who are unsung heroes in our city. And I took this time and opportunity to think and highlight people you might not normally hear about, who do the work and never get seen. So I wanted to just quickly put into the record the names of these folks, and I want to begin with Tu Pham, the Vietnamese-American co-founder and CEO of Cafe Roasters, Philadelphia's first Vietnamese specialty coffee roastery. Tu started her business not only to bring bold coffee and community together, but also pour into the next generation, donating a portion of her profits to 12 Plus, a nonprofit that supports Philly high schoolers. She even hires students from those schools to gain real-world skill, and this year her shop was named a James Beard Award semifinalist for its beverage program. Next, we recognize Kai and Rick Cao, Chinese-Vietnamese American brothers and co-owners of P&O, beloved South Street apparel shop. You know, I'm just going to minimize all my comments, but I wanted to highlight that they did a campaign called Fight the Virus, Not the People, using their platform to denounce the hate and uplift Asian American voices during the COVID crisis. They donated proceeds to the Philadelphia Suns Youth Group in Chinatown, showing that fashion can indeed be political and powerful. We heard from Sergeant Blesson Matthew, the first South Asian Indian American promoted to sergeant in the 150-year history of Philadelphia Police Department. And he serves as a mentor, a role model, and a daily reminder that representation matters. Next, honorees are Neri and Saroyan Kith, co-founded Kids Integrated and Targeted Human Services, an organization built from their personal experience as Cambodian refugees. They turned their family's survival story into a mission to serve others, offering mental health counseling, legal navigation, and adult education, and a culturally grounded food pantry. Through KIDS, they have empowered thousands of immigrants and refugees to thrive. Peng Seng, owner of Unrivaled Screen Printing, is a story of redemption and reinvention, a Cambodian American who turned his life around after incarceration. Peng co-founded Philly's first Cambodian-owned unionized print shop in South Philly. He hires returning citizens, pays union wages, and partners with the community groups to support youth and host public events. We also celebrate Danny Ross and Benjamin Albano, co-founders of Philadelphia's Southeast Asian Entertainment Group. These South Philly natives have brought Southeast Asian pop culture to Philly stages, from traditional Khmer dance to Cambodian pop culture at Live. I was just there and saw the enormous number of people who attended, putting revenue into our coffers. One of the artist I wanted to highlight was Chef Phila Lorne, the visionary behind Mon Restaurant and a 2025 James Beard Emerging Chef semifinalist, a proud Cambodian American whose name honors Philadelphia itself. His parents named him Philadelphia. Chef Lorne is reclaiming a cuisine almost lost to genocide and bringing it to life in South Philly. And finally, we recognize Naren Chin, a community organizer and entrepreneur whose advocacy helped Philadelphia become a sanctuary city. A returning citizen who once faced many odds, Naren has turned pain into purpose. He has organized immigrant justice, led anti-deportation campaigns, and now uplifts the Southeast Asian community through cultural festivals, and is an entrepreneur himself, doing business in the city of Philadelphia and paying taxes. To all our honorees, your work, your voices, and your courage help shape a Philadelphia where everyone belongs. On behalf of this body, we honor you, we celebrate you, and we commit to standing with you, not just this month, but every month. Thank you, and happy AAPI Heritage Month. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Deputy Whip, Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just a couple of things that I wanted to say, but I wanted to obviously start with supporting my colleague, Councilwoman Ketsi Lozada, for her hard work. And, you know, one of the things that I heard over and over again as folks were speaking was, you're doing too much. Don't do anything. Stop doing what you are doing. And that's not an option here. It's not an option to do less. It's not an option to just be okay with the status quo. These are not options that are acceptable to the entire community. And I have to say, you know, like Councilwoman Lozada is looking out for everyone. She's trying to figure out a solution that works for everyone, not just one group who are in need, because other groups are in need as well. And so I just want to applaud her, support her, let her know that we all have her back, because many of us have buried loved ones, people we have raised, know, love, care about, friends. We've lost them to addiction. We are not immune to what is happening in our communities. I buried a few years ago my 26-year-old niece, who was the mother of a newborn baby, lost to addiction. Where is any of this right? To think that we somehow have a different perspective, don't care, you know, are thoughtless about people who are in the throes of addiction. Nothing could be further from the truth. And so I just really wanted to say that I want to support my colleague. She's a quiet storm, because I've never seen her turn up quite like that, but I think that that's exactly what this moment called for, and I thank you for all that you're doing, for all that you're trying to accomplish, and know that we have your back. You do not stand alone at any time. And one last thing on that is that somehow we've become accustomed to the louder the voice, somehow it's more validated, or the argument holds more weight, or they're speaking for everyone. You're not speaking for everyone. And I have to tell you, a lot of us feel that if someone was sleeping on our porch and said, you better not call the police, in a lot of our neighborhoods, it would be handled a different way. We'd be dealing with a whole nother set of situations. It's totally unacceptable to think it's okay to do nothing, and that what Councilwoman Lozada is doing is somehow unacceptable. We applaud you. We applaud your work. I wanted to say some other things, but I just want to say two things really quickly. One, I wanted to thank my colleagues who supported the critical step we took today to safeguard the fiscal integrity of our pension funds and uphold the values that define our city by passing the resolution asking the City Pension Fund Board to review investments tied to El Salvador. Is so important, especially in light of the developments that have happened that call into question the rule of law in that nation. So I just wanted to thank all of my colleagues for supporting that effort. And also I wanted to further acknowledge the Lindy Foundation, which has transformed 37 schoolyards, benefiting over 14,000 students and families. We want to thank them for their work, for making Philadelphia better, and being part of the solution and not the problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jeffrey J. Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning, I attended the State of Center City hosted by the Center City District, and they highlighted that, Center City foot traffic is up almost 90% to pre-pandemic levels, and also that Part 1 serious crimes are lower than 2019 pre-pandemic levels in Center City. So for those who are out there that believe that our city is dangerous and it's not open for business, you are completely wrong. Center City is open, is thriving, and it is a safe place to be. Trophy office space and Class A office space is strong. We do know that there are some issues with some of our older stock of office spaces, but as a city, we have to think of strategies that incentivize this reinvestment in our aging office properties to suit the 21st century needs of businesses today, and also to allow for strategies to help easily redevelop those properties into residential or hotel use. And our nightlife is strong in Center City as well. And so again, for those who are a little wary about coming to Center City, it is safe. It is safer than it has been in years. And so we encourage you to come down to live, work, shop, play, spend all your money here in the city of Philadelphia. We welcome all visitors. I want to thank my colleagues today for passing the resolution honoring International Workers' Day, also known as May Day today. This is the day where we remember and celebrate the accomplishments of workers and our labor unions. And as the resolution reads, today, as inequality grows and workers face new attempts to undermine labor protections, unions play an ever more significant role in safeguarding the rights of all of us here. So again, I want to thank my colleagues for passing that resolution honoring May Day today. Also, thank you for passing a resolution to hold hearings on the Philadelphia Public Financial Authority. In 2022, this body passed legislation to create the Philadelphia Public Financial Authority to pave the way for a public bank. As someone mentioned during public testimony today, this type of entity could save our city millions of dollars, particularly in interest payments. And this authority could be a real public-private partnership that will enable access to capital for thousands of Philadelphians who have traditionally been locked out of capital markets. A public bank could essentially uplift our city, providing the necessary resources to lift folks out of poverty, to lift folks to have new housing opportunities, and other things that those are disadvantaged particularly face in those capital markets. Last, but certainly not least, I want to let those who are listening know that on May 10th, our office will be holding our Youth and Young Adult Job and Education Fair at Community College of Philadelphia, located at 1700 Spring Garden Street. This event is a partnership event with a number of organizations, including Community College of Philadelphia, Connect C2C PHL, and the National Center for Urban Solutions. We want to be able to provide opportunities for our young people to upskill and for our young folks to find employment opportunities. And so if you are an employer, if you have a workforce development program, if you are an educational institution, there are still spots available for you to come to our fair and to let the community know about your services. If you're a young person, we are targeting between the ages of 16 to 24, but anyone is able to come to this job fair and education fair to help you do better in life. You can always reach out to my office for more questions. You can reach out to my neighborhood office at 215-685-2633. Again, that is my neighborhood district office, 215-685-2633. And we look forward to seeing you all on May 10th. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've neglected to make mention that tonight there's going to be one of our budget town halls. We want to make sure that people know, are informed, and come out and share your thoughts. It's tonight from 6 to 8 p.m., hosted by our very own Council President, Kenyatta Johnson, and also Dr. Anthony Phillips. It's at the Oak Lane Presbyterian Church, 6637 North 11th Street, which is right outside of the 8th Council District, but it's actually in the 9th. And so we wanted to make sure that people knew, were aware, and come out. And we want to hear from you as to what your priorities are, what your thoughts are. Members of council will be there, and we certainly hope to see you there as well. And also, I know that there's going to be a free record review and expungement clinic and resource fair hosted by our very own council president this coming Saturday, May 3rd at 10 a.m. It's at the Grand Yesha Ballroom at 2308 Snyder, 23rd and Snyder. And so you should come out. There's free food. There's a whole lot of community resources. And it's an expungement clinic and resource fair. So we really want folks to take advantage of these great opportunities to connect with the council president and members of council, but also to get access to resources that are much needed. So thank you, Mr. President, for all your work.
Thank you. Let's give all these young people that just stormed our council chambers a round of applause. Young people in the right place at the right time. They're actually from Palumbo High School of the 2nd Councilmanic District. Give them a round of applause, y'all. Okay. Okay. The chair recognizes Majority Whip, Councilmember Isaiah Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. A couple things. First of all, I just want to offer thoughts and prayers to our colleague, Councilmember Landau. She had an emergency that forced her to leave early. So definitely want to make sure that she knows that she's in our thoughts and we're praying for her and her family. Because Councilmember Landau had to leave early in collaboration with council running a little longer than what it normally does, there was supposed to be a briefing after council today with Coded by Kids. Unfortunately, that briefing is not going to happen. But Danae, if you could stand up. Danae Mosley is here. She's one of the leaders of Coded by Kids. She's still available for any questions that folks may have. And she's been gracious enough to make sure that there are a few snacks in the caucus room for anybody who's still interested in learning about that. It's very important work that she's doing. We talk all the time about investing in a creative economy, and Coded by Kids is leading the charge as it relates to the tech space. They'll also be having a briefing on May 6th at Billy Penn Studios at 4:30. So anybody who wanted to be at the briefing today, you can still go there and do that, and that's an option. I also wanted to take a moment to say thank you to Prince Edward, the Duke of Edinburgh, who was here in Philadelphia this past week. The mayor I know had lunch with him. Some other leaders had dinner with him, and that's a part of our effort to kind of ramp up for 2026. So definitely want to say thank you for that.
We want William and Kate.
Say it again, Council President.
We want William and Kate. Talking about some Edwards. You know what I mean? Remember, Thomas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. And as I close out, you know, I'm listening to a lot of the testimony as well as the comments from my colleagues in council. And I've been there. I know how you feel. I definitely do. And I'll say two things. Number one, you know, this moment reminds me of a quote from Dr. King, where he said, change does not roll on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle. And when you are as passionate as my colleagues and friends that I'm sitting with on city council, and you deal with as much trauma as we do on a consistent basis, there are going to be times when the rubber meets the road and that passion is going to display itself. And we know as a legislative body, sometimes we'll agree, sometimes we'll disagree. I'm no veteran like Councilmember O'Neill and some of the folks that's been here a lot longer than me, but I know for a fact that the person who I disagree with today, I might need their vote tomorrow. And at the end of the day, no matter how angry or passionate folks get, we're always going to respect the fact that we care about this city. We work around the clock for this city. And we're going to get it right. I hear Councilmember Lozada saying that she's by herself. You're never by yourself. And if you thought you were, you see that right now. We hear all of the public comment from so many people who care. And we're not questioning whether or not folks care. But I will say this, Council President, I wouldn't mind a new rule that says if we have to sit and listen to public comment, which we do, even when we're not in here, we're still listening. At some point, folks have to listen to us too. And I don't think it's fair that folks can come in, and they do it to all of us, we all get it, call us names and say all type of things about us that's not true, but then we never get the opportunity to kind of communicate our perspective. So you heard some of that passion here today because at the end of the day, as elected officials, we're people. We tie our shoes just like everybody else, and we have children, and we care. We're people. And after a while, when people are constantly accusing you of things that you just know are not reflective of your character, eventually it gets to you. So whether you agree with Councilmember Lozada or other testimony or anything like that, I think the important thing to note here today is the quote from Dr. King. Whenever you're trying to make change, there's always going to be a struggle. And at the end of the day, we're not questioning anybody's motives or intentions, but we're going to make sure that by the time this product is finished, and that's this entire legislative body and the work that we're doing under your leadership, Council President, we're going to make sure that we have the product that's the best for the constituents in the city of Philadelphia, from Kensington to Uptown, from South Philly to West Philly. We're going to get it right, and I truly believe that. So with that being said, thank you, Council President, and thank you, colleagues, for all of your passionate comments today, for all of the work that you do, for all of the great work that your staff do, and to the entire council family, because at the end of the day, we're in this together. Whether we like it or not, we're in this together. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Democracy in action. Just no cursing. As I wrap up, little big sis, profile and courage. Continue to keep fighting a good fight. With that being said, the chair calls on Council Member and Majority Leader, Deputy The chair calls on Councilman Isaiah Thomas, whip of the majority party, for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Council President. I move that council stands adjourned until Thursday, May 8th, 2025 at 10 a.m. sharp.
It has been moved and properly seconded that council stand adjourned until Thursday, May the 8th, 2025 at 10 a.m. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. Thank you all very much.